Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Data Sim live stream. Today it's 16th of July 2025, 4 minutes past 2 in the afternoon here in the United Kingdom. We're back in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 in the PMDG 737. I think it's been about 3 months since we last flew this aircraft, been some time indeed. Here we are in Egypt. We'll be departing from the capital Cairo. In fact, you can see the pyramids just in the distance there. And we'll be flying northbound, bit of an unusual routing today to Dalaman. It's an airport I've never flown to in real life, but it has quite a tricky approach there. The scenery was on promotion. I thought, you know what, I might get it for £8 from Simulations, so I bought it yesterday. And then we're going to head eastbound later to Syria for the first ever time, to Damascus, where there is a VATSIM event. So just something simple in the PMDG 73, so feel free to ask any questions about operating the aircraft as usual. And it's been about 10 days since I last streamed. I did a stream on the second channel in AV Assembly, which I really enjoyed. I'm going to do another one of those tomorrow, and then I'm back to work. But yes, very busy. Had a nice day in York at the end of the weekend with my fiance. We're about to get married very, very soon. In fact, it's my stag do in the next a couple of weeks. I won't give any exact dates or information. In fact, I know very little myself, but it's very stressful, very busy at the moment. However, I do have time off in August. Hopefully do a few more streams as well. Only 1,900 subscribers to go until 100,000, which is very exciting indeed. Anyway, who have we got in chat today? As I somewhere zoomed down into the airport here, I forgot to mention as well, this scenery, if you have the deluxe version of Microsoft Flight Simulator, you get this detailed airport. However, this is a mod of the default detailed airport to make it even more detailed, so it has some sort of things like stand markings and whatnot there. But yeah, there you go. Look, you see the pyramids in the distance in a pixelated form over there with some very interesting looking buildings. But anyway, let's zoom on in towards the aircraft. Hello, Alex Patterson, I hope you're doing well. Afternoon. Anthony Taylor says, me, I'm in chat, I hope you're doing well, buddy. Thanks for popping in. Aviation Sim afternoon all to you as well. Oh yes, I forgot to mention YouTube's doing a new thing now, so the top 3 chatters get a little crown next to them each stream, so chat away to be top of the board here. I think Simbear's currently number 1. I hope you're doing well as well, Simbear. Jorge says, no crashing the stag then. No, hopefully not. Cody says, can I come? Absolutely, everyone's invited. Crazy Sarcasm afternoon, a nice surprise. Sat back down to work after lunch and forgotten until saw the notification. Yes, I'm streaming a little bit earlier than I usually would. I've got some family coming over later, so I sort of need to get things wrapped up by 6 o'clock. That gives me a 4-hour window, which we should do, as long as there's no delays. There's no VATSIM events in Cairo or Dalaman. It's only later in Damascus, where it could be a little bit busier. Kevin Hallart, hope you're doing well as well. Michael Jennings was here right at the start of the stream as well. Mike Tango Alpha, you joined as a member just before the start of the stream. I'm not sure if you're here or you've gone away, but thank you very much for your support indeed. Crazy Sarcasm says, I'd like to try this aircraft again, but in storage for me until 2024 release. I think a number of you have probably actually switched to 2024. I'd be close to doing that now because I've been very impressed with the sim, but yeah, blew off the dust for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 to fly just the PMDG 737 today with the Boris audio sound pack, which is great. Starshot, as I was mentioning, this is the Asobo Cairo scenery, but with the mod. If you look in the video description below or use the command !scenery, you'll get information about the mod as well. I haven't got all the assets installed, but it is an improvement on the default airport for sure. Anthony, yes, fun watching you play with the excavator. Yes, I drove a digger yesterday. Go check out my Instagram story if you want to go watch me drive a digger. It was really good fun. This was my Christmas present from Joe, so went to this place called Digger World near York, and yeah, it was amazing. I actually would happily change this day job for maybe a week to have a go driving diggers. It was awesome fun indeed. Cody says, I'm hoping to start my PPL training again in September. Any tips? Oh, just enjoy. It's been so long since I've flown SEP, but yeah, I mean PPL, part of me wishes I still flew GA, but I also like to see the back end of an aircraft these days as well. Simba, thank you very much. One gifted member, hope you're doing well, buddy. Adrian Burke, you've just been gifted a membership from Simba. Thank you very much indeed for your generosity once again, Simba there. Chris says, I'm struggling to fly on 2020 and 2024 as keep getting the DXGI hung error. Uh-oh, I hope I don't get that. Never heard of that one before. Perfect, so there we are. Here is the PMDG 73 in the bounce painted Alpaca Airways livery. I really like this retro look. Suits the 800 really, really nicely. And here we are. I don't even know what stand we're on. I just chose a vacant stand of F3 here. So it's a huge international airport, obviously Cairo International. Having said that though, I can't access a METAR for this airport. It says not available on all of my sources. So I think Microsoft Flight Sim's gone for some average weather in the local area, but it's 38, 39 degrees, very hot. We'll of course do everything as realistic as possible. Having a look at my operators charts, and Dalaman, it looks like we'll be flying an RMP approach, and it's a really challenging approach regarding high energy, so we'll fly that as accurately as possible. So we're going to request boarding.
Boarding requested.
And it looks like that's started the process as well. I think, in fact, I can hear the air bridge coming over. There we are. So boarding has started. 189 passengers for both sectors we're going to fly today. So routing here, there's no SIDS from Cairo, but we're going to basically head northbound over the eastern part of the Mediterranean to the west of Cyprus, up to Turkey and Dalaman, and we'll be flying the RMP approach. And then once the turnaround's complete, we'll be heading over here eastbound towards Syria. We've never flown to Syria before. Into Damascus, the capital, and there's a VATSIM event between Baghdad and Damascus today, so we're just sort of participating in that there. I thought about taking part in the event, but it was quite late, so we're just catching the start of that event as ATC hopefully comes along in Damascus later. Mr. X, greetings from Turkey. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for popping in. Simba, retro livery is awesome. Looks even better on an Airbus. No. Anyway, let's get the tug attached and get the aircraft. Actually, no, I've missed the option now. But we'll get here into the cockpit. There we are. So all I did before the start of the stream was put the battery on and the GPU on the bus, and that's it. I haven't done anything else. What I usually do is trip the GPU and turn the battery off, but I forgot to do those steps. USky is up and running as well, so that wasn't working last stream, but we've already got it live to log our Alpaca Airways flights to Dalaman. Flight time for both sectors is about an hour and 20 minutes. So also, we'll spice it up a bit today. We'll turn on failures 2 every hour. Should we do 2 failures an hour? Or maybe 1 an hour. I'm not doing like a full failure stream. But yeah, we'll give you some minor issues to deal with en route today. So batteries on, GPUs on the bus, electric hydraulic pumps can come on, landing gear lever is down, 1, 2, 3, and then we have 4, 5, 6 green lights, and then we'll check all the aircraft documentation. Members will know this already, but regular viewers, subscribers, last time I flew I diverted. First diversion in about 2.5 years, but it was somewhere in northern Spain. It was apocalyptic weather, and we just couldn't get into our destination a few days ago, so I had to divert around a huge amount of thunderstorms. It was quite a gnarly day, but all safely flown and quite an interesting one. Douglas says I have 1 failure an hour, 50 minutes later the engine 2 falls off the pylon. Probably knowing my luck. Right, let's do the fault and fire tests. So squibs 1, 2, 3. And Simba, I know you mentioned in Discord, I will do a little bit of a blog post about that diversion, because I know you asked after that, so I'll go through that in a bit of detail and show you some pictures and stuff. So fault detector in op, we've got the fault APU detector in op, master caution overheat detector. Let's do the fire tests now. Fire warning lights, overheat light, wheel well fire warning lights, and you can see the little red light. Yes, probably at some point we'll talk about these. I'm not going to be uploading a video talking about these start levers on the 7.8, but they're exactly the same on the 7.3. If you have any questions about that, I'll ask it along the ask it about the stream today. But I'm not going to be making any dedicated videos clickbaiting on this awful accident. Fire test complete. Let's load in our operational flight plan. So we've got the data from SimBrief already in here. So FMC, posit it. I'd usually jump do this step later, but I just want to get the fuel and passengers uploaded via the FMC here. So we are in Cairo, which is Hotel Echo Charlie Alpha. Route, flight plan request, SimBrief route in. So we'll show you the operational flight plan briefly here. Weather's really nice, I think, at our destination. We've got here winds from the south, no en route weather, forecast is fine as well, no thunderstorms too. So what we'll do is we'll take standard flight plan fuel, view SimBrief OFP 7279. So I think it goes absolute minimum block fuel, set payload, select route. And what we'll do is I'll manually uplift minimum block fuel up at 7.4 tons on, which should do us here quite nicely. Heard an engine failure at V2. No, we're not having that today. Crazy sarcasm. Hopefully not. Right, whilst that fuel and payload is being uplifted, we'll carry on with the safety inspection. So, emergency exit lights armed, seatbelt sign as the fueling's done can come on. Test the attend button. We'll do a takeoff config warning check. There we are. Hear my squeaky thrust levers in real life. I need a bit of WD-40 in my thrust master thrust levers. What else do I need to do? Flaps up, which match the indicator position. Cargo fire test, forward aft, discharge. 2000 standby, running in on trims, good. Perfect. Key extension doors closed. Pins are in. Circuit breakers are all in. I've just noticed on the PMDG they've collared some ones here. What, the elevator tab? Valve right? Don't know why they're randomly collared. We collar ours, which are ones that you want to find quickly. Things like the cockpit voice recorder, for example, if you need to pull it for any subsequent investigation or an evacuation. They're collared to be easily identified. Voice recorder's on. Stall warning test is completed. Flight recorder is tested. Mach airspeed warning test complete. No reverser lights. EEC on. Passenger oxygen on light is extinguished. IRS to nav. And then we check the circuit breakers, captain's side, put your jacket on, the coat hanger, and then check the technical log. Aircraft's currently fully serviceable. Anthony, Flight Sim Expo is in Minneapolis next year. You in? You know what? I'll check the dates, Anthony, because I might, if I'm off, go and have a look. Because I did go to the Microsoft Flight Sim launch event 5 years ago, and I really enjoyed that. So yeah, possibly. I won't say no straight away. Possibly. Let's now continue configuring the aircraft here. So we've done the safety inspection. Like I said, I just want to put a little bit more fuel on. Well, just because basically when it syncs with SimBrief, it puts 7279 in, which is obviously minimum block. We always put slightly more on, so 74, just so we can push back with the correct amount of, or at least 7279 kilos. So that is minimum block fuel what we'd ask for. So we can't get the META or ATIS. There's no ATC here. So I'll set the QH 1004. MFRA we'll just put as 1350. There we are. Sounds like boarding's going well quite nicely. Yeah, 118 of 189 on board. We'll select airports on the EFIS panel. Oh, why is that not working? Oh, is that because of... Well, you know what, I would have usually done that by now. Let's try again. There you go. I didn't realise you need IRS alignment to select airports on your EFIS. Routing's all in. There's no SIDS out of here. A can't even select runways. What? What's going on here? Oh, I hadn't loaded my route, that's why. Simba says, be good to see a Boeing product with MEL tech logs. I have the FSL 321 Neo, which I'm flying right now, and does a cool feature. Oh, really? It has MEL and tech log? That's quite cool. So I'll just get the... when you upload the route in PMDG, it completely crashes it for a second. But anyway, that's now in. Activate, execute. I should now... Yeah, there we are. Now, I looked on flight radar. They're departing off runway 23 centre in real life. And there's no SID, so we're just going to route direct to Batter. Heading select departure, 1,000 feet, like a left turn to Batter. And we're expecting the runway 19 approach. So I was looking at my operator's notes. We're prohibited in Dalaman to fly the localizer approach runway 19. Why? I don't know. I think it's the way the terrain is presented on the extended centre line. So we're only approved to fly the RNP approach, RNV runway 19. And then the arrival will be a Burpu 1 Zulu. There's loads of stars here. At1 transition, execute. So we should hopefully have everything joined up now. Great. So zero fuel weight's in, 58.8. That should match the operational flight plan perfectly. Yeah, that's based off a full load of passengers checked in bags. Reserves for our alternate, which is Antalya. It's quite far away, so that's why we need 3.2 tons. Cost index we'll use 30, cruising at 36,000 feet on this sector. I just realised I've not logged on to VATSIM or filed my flight plan. Oops. top of climb wind 249 at 24. And we'll put the average wind on the route data page, 254 at 28. Now, just before we do our performance calculations, I'm just going to log on to VATSIM. I completely forgot to file the flight plan and log on, which is very unlike me. So let me just, for some reason, SimBrief won't open on my laptop. Yeah, there we go. So dispatch. Doing this on my laptop, guys, which is next to my PC. So still got the flight there. Validate pre-file. Pre-file on VATSIM. Boarding's complete. Actually, I probably should start the APU, seeing it's 39 degrees here in the cockpit. It's nice now in the UK. It's cooled down loads. So I did actually buy an AC unit, but I don't need it today. Alright, logging on to VATSIM as we speak. Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta. File flight plan. That's filed. VPilot. Oh, there's so much to do as a pro streamer. Good afternoon, JHXP11F and Dave Wash here. Hope you're doing well, guys. Did we instant board the passengers with PMDG or GSX? So I instant boarded the passengers for the load on the zero fuel in the aircraft via the the FMC, but I loaded for the simulation of the animation of the passengers. Is it working well, GSX and PMDG, regarding the synchronization of the load? Because I know in the Phoenix it works well, but I don't think it works terribly well with the PMDG. Well, probably it does. Right. Oh gosh, the last time I used VPilot was in the Starship. Wow. Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta Boeing 738. There we are. Connect. I don't know if there's anyone on VATSIM here. No, it's a Cairo doesn't get. Oh, there's someone there. Look, a Middle East Airlines. Hey, I never heard of this airline. There you go. There's someone on VATSIM. Perfect. Oh, it does, Daniel Delic. Okay. I've got it to work. It manipulates the FO's FMC, but it's a bit finicky with the order of things. Okay, interesting. I tend to just use in the PMDG, this is the FMC just to load in the fuel and payload, and then just use GSX for the animations and the pushback, essentially. Right, let's do the takeoff performance. That's what we got to previously. So prior to the start of the stream, I had to manually input the weather because there's no METAR available in Cairo today for whatever reason. But we'll import the actual weight of the aircraft, import information from the OFP, so 23 center, and I've manually put the weather. I don't know what the wind is. They're using runway 23 in real life, so I put 2301, the temperature, and the QNH of 1004. Let's press calculate. So that's showing us a TO, so 26k, with an assumed temperature of 51. So a couple of things we can do here. APU can now go on the bus. It's been running for more than 2 minutes, so let's put the APU bleed on and get some nice cool air in the cabin. There we are. You can hear the packs bringing in the cool air, and you can see the temperature dropping straight away. So this is the supply duct temperature. It doesn't usually drop as quick as that. Oh yeah, look at the temperature. Oh, it's 52, 53 degrees in the cabin. Yeah, the cabin crew might have said something by then. Crikey. Oh no, the METAR has come alive. Fantastic. But that was at midnight. A bit old. Right. Where was I? Performance. Yes, 51 degrees assumed temperature. So 95.3. I know. Yeah, 95.4. No, that's good now. There was a discrepancy on my test sector, but within 0.1, that's great. Takeoff, flap 5, CG is in, 20%, 5.4 units on the trim. It's okay, it's a dry 52, yeah. It's like being in front of an oven door. Speeds then, OPT 40, 42, 46, 40, 42, 46. Pop on V2 on the MCP here. Cool, right, just finish the panel scan up here then. So your dampers on, nav transfer display switches, that should be on auto. It's all good. Crossfeed valve check, bright, dim, bright, and off. We'll get the GPU disconnected in a second. Cabin is secure for pushback. Window heat can come on. Not that we need it, we just turn it on now. Okay, we're doing our best to cool the temperature in the cabin and cockpit. That's all configured and set. It's runway 3 centre, so I've just set the courses and heading for that departure, but there's no SID, so we'll just do an omnidirectional departure. Reset fuel flow, order brake, RTO, bring up the engine display. In preparation for this flight then, to keep you all happy, PMDG aircraft failures, all systems, random. We'll do random failures, events per 10 hours. I'm going to do 10 events per 10 hours, and that's on average one for the entire, one failure per hour in the stream. We'll leave it on during the turnaround, but there you go, just to keep you happy. Should I turn it on now? Yeah, okay, yes. There you go, 10 events for every 10 hours. Execute. So we're going to have 10 technical issues in the next 10 hours. Great. And I haven't limited the number of events as well. So, right, let's carry on. What could possibly happen today? Right. I think we're all good here. Pedestal set, VOR for Cairo tuned. There's no ATC. Great, let's do some briefings and get out of there. No, not 20. What, the 59's the highest. I'm already a sixth of the way compared to a normal full failure stream. Right, I'll tune up Unicom on 22.8. Oh, I need to talk to someone that knows how to get the Logitech radio tuning panel to work in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Apparently there's a fix, but it works perfectly in 2020. Great. Your assumed temperature is the same as the cabin temperature. I bet that doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen that often, peak temperature. Today it has. Right. Route check then. So we check the routing, brief the threats for departure. Cairo, what's the threats here? I don't know. Egyptian mummies. What's that film called? Mummy, yeah. Making me think of the mummy. No, I don't know. I'm having a look. We actually do have briefing packs for Cairo. NADP1 for departure. ATC clearance given on stand. And that's it. No real threats for departure. Most of it's to do with arrivals coming in. So it's just an ADP1. Distance on the route 515. If we go here to progress, gross error check. We've got 498. Makes sense. 4.2 on arrival. We need 3.2 for Antalya. So we've executed the route already. We do the instrument cross check. Check the altimeter, MFRA. Pop on the flight directors, which I forgot to do. Standby instrumentation's all set. Left hand seat takeoff. 3 centre, flat 5, noise 1. Engine out, SID will climb runway heading. MSA to the southwest is 2,500 feet, so we'll climb to 3,000 feet. Emergencies, so the actions we discussed in the event of rejected takeoff and engine failure. Taxi then, we'll now brief, which is going to be pushback facing south. So this is going to be a default GSX profile, so when it says face right, I want to go right in my orientation of the aircraft, so you select the opposite left. I still don't understand the pushback of the default system here. So there we are, and SID there isn't one. Runway heading 3,000 feet. In fact, it's noise 1. What we'll do, we'll climb up to 3,300 and then make a turn en route, and then we'll go straight up to our cruise, which is 360. There's no ATC here. Imagine we've got our clearance. Great, so we've covered everything. Let's get ready for pushback and departure. Release ground power, yes. And then ground operations. I think we've disconnected everything here. And door management, close all doors. What on earth was that? Oh yeah, of course, some Pratt. Well, that's very easy to deal with that issue.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Brilliant. Challenger 650 in X-Plane has GPS jamming. That's really cool. Robert, scenery any good? So this is completely free, this scenery. You get the default Cairo with the deluxe version of Microsoft Flight Simulator. And then after that, there's a free add-on to enhance it. And again, it's in the video description. You can download further assets for more detail, but I haven't downloaded any of the assets. You know what, it's not that bad at all, really. So yeah, you can just simply download it, and it uses it's a really small file to bring some improvements. Yeah, I know, Rob, it was interesting sounds, wasn't it? But there's no ATC. It was simple to deal with that issue. Jacob said they should add GPS spoofing in whole regions so it would finally be as real as possible. Yeah, I mean, I don't fly as far east as this as usually. I have had GPS jamming going into Latvia about a year ago, but it came back. That was when we were flying close to Kalani. Is it Kaliningrad? So yeah, it's I know for the Middle East airlines it's an ongoing issue constantly. So yeah, it's a funny world we're living in at the moment, that's for sure. So we shall now. Right, so I want to face south. So I know it's always opposite, but it says right, press left. Correct? I think we need to now go air conditioning packs off, anti-collision light on, parking brake that should be set, transponder out off. Is it going to start pushing back now? Another thing as well, I've actually got my toe brakes all modelled. Look, why is it not pushing back? I've upset it now, haven't I? Is chocks on? I've not removed the chocks. Ground connections. Remove chocks. There we go. I fixed it. Cheers, guys. So we've got a failure every hour on average. Remember, not all failures enunciate master cautions. Nose right, APU left. Oh, Robert, I know. I had someone go into a lot of detail in Discord, but I know what it is now. I just select the opposite. So if it says if I want my nose to go right, I select left. Simple. Or have I done that wrong? Or maybe I've done that wrong. That's quite nice, Aaron, to have it. Yeah, turning on the anti-collision light removes the chocks. Yes, you know what you want to do. Right, as it's very hot here, have I actually managed to... Oh, look, I've cooled the temperature down to a refreshing 39 degrees Celsius. We'll start engine number 2, and then we'll do an isolated pack start. You need to dig that map, Captain. Oh, I don't know. But look, it's going the way I want it to do. So I want it to. Anyway, I'm not sure where it's pushing me to exactly. Right. I better monitor this engine start as well. Max motor ready. N2, oil pressure, M1. Fuel on. Just having to carefully watch the pushback. There was no GSX profile for this airport. I do have one for Dalaman though. Well, the wing walker seems to be satisfied with the fact that we're being pushed onto an adjacent stand. Are we done there?
Please set parking brake.
Fair.
Unlocking gear.
Well, I've got a master caution. Master caution air conditioning. Zone temp? Why am I not getting bleed air there? Trip reset. That's not one of the failures. That might be because it's so hot. Whoa! What's going on? Is that part? Have I just lost a tyre as well? All the failures are coming at once. Right. Start it. Cut out. Monitoring 2. T4632 stable. Starting 1. Oh yeah. Sorry, I was going to do isolated pack start as well. Close. Right pack on auto. There we are. Some nice cool air coming in. N2. Oil pressure. N1. The N2 seems to be rotating very fast.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
It was his first ever push, yes. There's that Boris sound pack. Would love to see AI with GSX, like talking to the tug guy. Probably that will come in the future. AI is everywhere now. Alright. So starter cut out monitoring 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 1, 2 stable before taxi flown. Generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, probe heat on, anti-ice off, air conditioning. Here's a question for you: why are the on lights extinguishing on the window heat? Does anyone know? That's set. And they're coming back on. Anyone know why they're fluctuating? Flaps 2.5. Flight controls. Hello everyone. I've got my jeans on. First time I've not worn shorts in ages. Left and right. There we are. The parking brake still set. Good. Recall, and then we'd blank the lower DU and read the before taxi checklist. Perfect. Bug. I guess no, it's not a bug. It's not overheating either. It's when it reaches the temperature, which is very rarely. It's only on very hot days. It stops heating, so the online just extinguishes. It's not a bug. It's actually correct operation. But you rarely see that. I mean, I've been in places where it's 40 degrees and I've never seen the online extinguish. So I think it's on its really hot days you get it. Right, let's release the parking brake, do a config check. Whoa. I thought PMDG had fixed the rapid spool up times. As we've already discussed in great length on this channel, the spool up time, we know, and I've uploaded a few shorts on it as well on YouTube. I thought they'd fixed that, and this is definitely the latest version of the PMDG 7.3. It doesn't want to move either. Sim slightly. Come on! I've got 34% M1. I'm only doing 2 knots. Is it uphill here? 3 knots. Maybe it's a bit uphill. This didn't happen on my test sector. Oh, do you reckon I've got a tyre failure or something? That's a lot of thrust and not much acceleration. Maybe it was a flat tyre. I might just have a quick... No, I've got no active failures. It's just... Well, I've gone to idle now and it's like I'm braking. How bizarre. Good evening, Marcus. Hope you're doing well. Chocks, no, chocks definitely removed. Anyway, what we'll do, we're going to take the third left onto Sierra, and then we're going to make our way another left, right, or right, left onto Tango. We're going to go all the way back from runway 23 centre. Brakes held on. Nope. That's a lot of M1. We'll be accelerating quickly with this. Not holding full. I mean, it is accelerating, but not very quickly. Maybe it is a bit uphill here. Don't forget to turn off your taxi lights before moving. Not to do air temperature. No. I mean, the air is obviously less dense, but it wouldn't impact the thrust to the degree of you noticing a issue taxiing. Alright, so here's the third left onto Sierra. The sounds are really nice on this. What Boris has nailed is the sounds from the cabin. They're really good. It seems to be alright now. I think it might have been a bit uphill. Look, I'm holding about 30% and it seems to be sort of holding the speed. I think it might have been uphill. Yeah, I think it was uphill, guys. Yeah, there we are, that's better. 32, and it's accelerating at a more realistic rate. There we go. So the sounds in the cabin are so good. That sound is spot on. So when you add thrust, you hear this sort of... That sound is so realistic for the CFM. Amazing. Anyway, back to the business end. Yeah, that's better. Now it's got plenty of inertia now that I've got the thruster idle and it's sort of holding 21 knots. Perfect. Kieran says, starting my 7.3 type rating for long at a certain UK airline. Very good. Best of luck, buddy. Aaron says, yeah, that's pretty much my exact seat, and yeah, that sound is perfect. Yeah, I know. It's nailed. Can't quite hear it from the cockpit. You can a little bit. Oh yes, Matt, the resonance you get on the pound. Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah, it's so good. animation's really good as well. Well, it's hot here in Cairo, 39 degrees. Yes, Navigraph, who's mentioned this? So taxiway planning for Navigraph soon, so D1G1 Town 3 RC, that's very cool. So taxiway planning, does that sort of mean you can just write on your taxi? Well, you can do that already. What will that actually entail? Quite interesting. Yeah, the thrust and inertia is now fine. Coming to the end of a taxiway, so we need to make a right turn onto Tango coming up. And I'll try my differential braking. So actually, because before I was using the trigger on my control column, which meant brakes were off or on in the PMDG, but I was actually quite enjoying it in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 now. So now I can just brake really gently. It's great. So right on Juliet, and then left onto Tango. Bring the speed down to about 10 knots for the turn. Yeah, much better. Beautiful. I've not actually flown a 738 for a while. Been flying the Max quite a bit recently. There we are. So now we're on the parallel taxiway for 23 Centre. Alessandra, would you recommend your experience as SFI? Yeah, absolutely. If you have opportunities to become an SFI at your operator, massively recommend it. I did it for 2 years before the command upgrade in end of 2018, and it made the command upgrade process significantly easier, and you learn a lot. So yeah, if you're considering doing it, do it. And if you want to later on become involved with the training departments at TRI, TRE, LTC, you know, you've already got the foundations. That's essentially the footsteps. You know, I took those footsteps myself. Right, maximum speed taxiing is 30 knots at my operator, which is what we're doing here. Generally, when it's quite flat, you bring the thrust to idle and it'll hold the speed quite nicely, slowly decelerate. Simba, on the subject of failures, the INI A350 now has passenger-related disruptions as well as tech failures, eh? Well, like medical issues. No way. That's really cool. Well, I do want to fly the Flight Factor 757 again. Oh, I say again, I've not flown the update. I had a few issues with the 767 a couple of streams ago. But, yeah, the INI A350 might look at it again at some point. Right, we're coming up to the end of the taxiway for runway 23 Centre. Let's do the before takeoff check. There's a config we checked. Flaps we have 5 green lights. Stab trim 5.5 units set. Takeoff briefing. Pax order bleeds on V speed set. 40, 42, 46 on the MCP. It's omnidirectional departure. Runway heading. We'll climb to 3,300 feet. Make a right turn northbound to proceed en route. And then climbing up to flight level 360. That's reviewed, cabin secure, checks complete. Turn the panel lighting off, don't need it. Circuit breaker panel can come off as well. Great. Jamie, been flying the Flight Factor 75 a lot recently. Disabling the TGTS seems to be wonders, thanks to whoever suggested that. Yes, last stream we suffered from a crash in the 76, and I think we disabled that and it seemed to work. But unfortunately that means no weather radar or terrain display, does it? Have to look at that. Matt, you've been loving the Flight Factor 76, I only got it recently. Yeah, it's a lovely add-on. Right, we logged off because there was some prat online, but I imagine we got our takeoff clearance, surface wind, light and variable. So, lining up, lights on. No, we want heading select departure, heading select, rear throttle, weather radar, transponder to TARA. Cool. So MCP is set, transponders to TARA, strobe lights are on, landing lights on, cleared takeoff, runway 23 Centre in Cairo. Alright. Toga's in chat, let's go to Dalaman. Timing. So stabilised, set takeoff thrust. Ah, the sounds are perfect. They are takeoff thrust sets, indications normal. There's knots, release forward pressure. There's the headwind component. Oh, what's up to the runway textures?
V1 rotate.
Up we go. There's a bit of a deadband, nice.
Positive brake.
Gears coming up. There we are. So, 400 feet heading select. Ah, superb. Perfect sounds. Alright, it's NADP 1, so we're going to maintain around V2 plus 20 until 3,300 feet. Oh, can we see the pyramids? It's over here on the left. I can't remember where they were. No, I don't know. Not very good. Oh, there they are. Look, we're heading straight towards them. Ha ha ha. There they are. So cool. Right, better follow the flight directors a little more accurately. Speed trim systems activating. Encourage me to go back to my in-trim speed. Alrighty. Log up. And we'll command that right turn now. So what we'll do is just go to legs, route director batter, execute, LNAV available, LNAV. Flaps 1. I'll make the right turn. And approaching the one bug, select flaps up. Bob, just in your comment, do you have to manually brake when you retract the gear? No, it's all automatic in the 7.3. Stop the main gears, stop spinning before they go into the bay. Set standard. Right over the top of Cairo, and there's the pyramids. So flaps up, no lights, VNAV, standard set passing 5-7, flight level 360. Just get wings then we'll engage the automation. There's the Mediterranean up to the north. And 250 knots. Trimmed down. Lovely. Command A, always check your FMAs, which is blocked by the camera. There we are, after takeoff checklist. So gears off, auto brakes are off, star switches off, air conditioning and pressurization, diff pressures 2.9 climbing. Nice and cool in the cabin now. Yeah, we can start going back to the default temperatures. Temperatures are set, and standard set passing 8.5 flight level 360 after takeoff checks complete. We're on our way, Dalaman, first time. Flix, didn't know you were left-handed. How did you work that out? Yes. I'm a lefty. Bye bye, Cairo. Until we meet again. Mouse and watch, very well spotted, Flix. Mouse and watch, very good. I know. I'm gonna have to wear my wedding ring on my left hand, which is traditional in the UK. I think in any Germans here. Germans, you wear your wedding ring on your right hand, I think. But yes, left. It's going to feel a bit unusual writing. Right, anyway, passing 106 flight level 360, let's do the pre-cruise check. So fuel, we have 4 pumps, no fuel in the centre tank, and the wings pretty much balanced. Lights can come off. APU is off, pressurisation 4.0, climbing, set. Release the crew, belts to auto, recall. There we are, check's complete. What time is Jim picking you up for the stag do? He's my chauffeur. Yes. I don't know. I need to liaise. So north of Cairo, it's very fertile, isn't it? It's very satellite here. Yeah, it's all completely. This is the Nile Delta, and this is all very fertile, isn't it? All the Nile spreads out onto the different areas there, the desert. It looks so different to the rest of Egypt. Got getting great performance with the PMDG as well. Jacob, in Poland you can also have it on right hand. Well, there you go, I didn't know that. Melvin DeFatta, when it's in M1 it's in Toga, right? But when you push Toga, M1 will engage, and Toga is just a mode associated with takeoff and go around. It switches to ARM during the climb out, and then back to sort of M1 for climb thrust, but that's not Toga mode. Sean says, a fellow lefty, one of the best things I bought for gaming was a left-handed keyboard. Oh, really? So, Sean, am I right in thinking you've got the arrow keys on the left-hand side? I didn't know such a thing exists, but I do really like my Logitech keyboard. I'm not sponsored or affiliated with them, but I've got the what is it, this one? G915 wireless mechanical. It's a really nice keyboard. And the G903 mouse, which is ambidextrous, which is why I got it. Crazy Dark has a silver, gold, or one of those new carbon fibre ones. Gold. Not 9 carat. 9 carat. 18 carat is too gold and too malleable. Now, advice: line training start on Friday for 737. Look at any notes associated with your operator's line training. Something like line training student notes. That would be your main point of study, and carefully review your routes before you go flying. Read any briefing documentation, the charts. You're familiar with the airport. Hello, Sasha. It's so funny what you were saying in Discord earlier about your Greek heritage. Feet up on the sofa, cup of tea, and Mr. Kipling's Viennese Wells in hands. Perfect. I know the exact ones. Sean, arrow and number pad on the left. No way. Oh, that would be really useful. When I was playing AV Assembly last week on the second channel, I was having to use the keyboard WASD keys, which is okay as a left-handed person, but it would be nice to have that there. Thomas says, listen to the LTC, read the debrief. Yes, that would be useful. Possibly from a colleague of mine. Cat, left-handed can do 90% of things with either hand. Yeah, so most left-handed people, I think, have a degree of... master caution, here we go. It's one of the failures which I've turned on, isn't it? What have we got here? Master caution, hydraulics, low pressure E-Look pump 2. Right, QRH, where's my QRH? I know what it's going to say. QRH, E-Look pump 2, switch off, continue normal operation, but we'll do it properly. Damn you lot, getting me to turn the failures on. Actually, I did this to myself. Right, hydraulic pump low pressure. Condition, the hydraulic pump pressure is low. Yes. Number 1, hydraulic pump switch, affected side, off. Off. Note, loss of an engine-driven hydraulic pump and a high demand on the system may result in intermittent illumination of low pressure light for the remaining electric motor-driven hydraulic pump. But this is electric-driven pump. No BE, continue normal operation. So master caution, hydraulics, low pressure associated. Okay, so if that was to happen in real life, I would obviously run the checklist like we've done, discuss the threat associated with that. Not really much to discuss. Aircraft will operate fine with the remaining engine-driven pump. But on landing this is where you go outside of flight sim mode where you guys fly from A to B, but you have to put on your captain's hat and decide a plan of action. So that's going to have a knock-on effect on any subsequent sectors, because as soon as you land, that defect needs to either A, be rectified, or B, deferred. Now, I'll have a look at the MEL in a second, whether you can dispatch with an electric-driven pump inoperative. I'm not sure if you can, but if you're flying into a base, you can contact maintenance and control via ACARs and tell them of your issue, and usually if they've got a spare aircraft available, they'd swap it out. But you're trying to minimise delays, basically. Ambidextrity by leftiness is only for writing and eating, the rest goes right. So I use my right hand for cutting, scissors, like I think a lot of left-handed people do, but I also brush my teeth with my right hand, and it feels weird using my left hand. So, you know, it's an interesting discussion. K1357 says, question, are you going to land in Damascus after the attacks an hour ago? Were there attacks in Damascus? I think virtually will be okay, plays, and there is a VATSIM event going on here, but I know obviously this area of the world right now is of a ongoing conflict, so we will continue. Matt, can an airport ground an aircraft company doesn't pay for fuel? No idea. I've never had to pay for a fuel bill. There's obviously behind the scenes a contract of some sorts, but no, I've never had to cough up the mullah for the 10,000 litres I've uplifted. Antigonic run, executing a search warrant this morning. Oh crikey, that sounds like a fun day. Take it steady, be careful out there, buddy. Nice chatting. Thanks for letting me know about the Minneapolis. This next Sim Expo going there. As soon as I get the dates, I will genuinely consider it. Catch up soon, buddy. There was an air attack, so airspace might be unsafe. Might as well check. Well, we'll see if there's any NOTAMs for it. June 12th, 14th, noted. Annual leave isn't booked until the end of the year, Anthony, so yeah, you know what, I'll punch it in and see what happens. Ketan, when you have a failure like this without immediate impact on safety, do you need to also check other systems to try and find out if other systems are being compromised? Really depends on the nature of the failure. So, you know, the two hydraulic systems A and B are driven by two pumps, an engine and electrically driven pump. Both are able to provide the required pressure. Although, like it said in the note in the QRH, if there's high demand on the system, you might get intermittent flicking on an electric-driven pump, because it has the same output pressure, but it has a lower flow rate. It can only move about, I think it's 6 times less amount of fluid than an engine-driven pump. But in the sim, having just a remaining electric hydraulic pump, I've always seen, you know, the A system be able to retract the gear, the B system be able to extend the flap. So, but yeah, you would consider certain failures potentially affecting other issues and systems. I'll have a quick look at the MEL anyway regarding electric hydraulic driven pumps. I don't think you can dispatch with a pump failure, but I've never had it. Let's have a little look. The 737 MAX NG series, never flown the Classic. It is a phenomenally reliable aircraft. I mean, it might not be other operators. I think it is, but yeah, certainly my operator there, it kept in tip-top condition. Okay, what pump was it? It was an A pump, wasn't it? Elect 2. So, system B pumps, system pressure indicators, system A pumps. Yeah, I think all the MEL items are regarding indications. I don't think you can dispatch with a pump failed. Yeah, if the indicator's inoperative, you can dispatch, but you have to do loads of pre-flight checks operationally. Why do you have Elect 2 off? It's failed, Simmersing. Look, if I turn it back on, look. low pressure light stays illuminated. So that's why it's off. But yeah, looking at the MEL here, you need both pumps for dispatch. There you go. Michael, can you dispatch with an in-op APU? Absolutely, yeah. It's not great, but you can do it. VATSIM or nah? I've logged back onto VATSIM, yeah. Yeah, APU inoperative. Careful consideration needs to be given to the route. So, you know, if I was flying somewhere like Cairo and it's 40 degrees, I'd be ringing operations and saying either get the APU fixed or find me an aircraft with a working APU, because passenger comfort, it's going to be really difficult in those conditions. Now, sometimes you might have to manage it, and there are ways of managing the temperature in the cabin, up to and including, once the doors are closed, starting an engine on stand, making sure the ground crew are clear, and taking additional fuel. That is an option. But I certainly know my operator, if an APU is inoperative, they very much quickly prioritise getting it fixed. But I haven't dispatched an APU in op for 3 years. Oh no, yeah, 3 years ago I remember. I had one in the Max to a cross-speed start. Josh, thanks, 11 months, buddy. Quick message to company to find out where they want the airplane then. Thanks, the stream certainly helped me out more than you can imagine. Thank you very much, Josh. Very, very kind indeed. And I think that's in relation to my issue. I think technical issue Wednesday. Cheers, Josh. Sometimes an APU is busy and misses the flight. Hey, what are you on about, Adrian? What about using a start unit? Absolutely. So if you have no APU, you've got no source of electrical or bleed air for the aircraft, so you need an air starter unit to start the engines, which requires coordination with the handling agent. So if the APU was to fail en route or had an issue with APU, would be again contacting the company and the handling agent to say, on arrival, can you please connect the ground power, because we won't be able to shut the engines down until you do. Shut down engine 2, get the GPU in, then we can shut the engine down. That way we don't lose AC power. I can see all this top fans business then on here. No idea who it is. I think Simbear's one of them. Oh, Sasha, you're fan number 1, Itch and Scratch number 2, and Sean number 3. How this stuff works, I don't know. Oh, Josh, it was in relation to your tech issue if you can't dispatch on the other end. Ah, very good. Quick message to company to find out where they want the aeroplane then. Yes. Now, certain technical issues might warrant a diversion. It depends, really. You know, let's say I had an issue and I was flying to an airport that wasn't a base, and once the aircraft has landed, let's say Dalaman wasn't a base, and obviously this pump's failed, I can't dispatch around it. They need to get a spare electric hydraulic driven pump, so it might be, let's say I was flying from Cairo to Dalaman, and as an example, let's say Larnaca was a base. Operations might want me to divert to Larnaca, but I would want operations involved in that decision. I wouldn't just say, oh, let's go to Larnaca because I've got an electric hydraulic pump failure. And one of the things that, as a commander on the aircraft, especially an operator like mine, which has a lot of versatility in a large route network, and the ability to fly parts quickly to you, we are very go-minded. Obviously, if it's unsafe to do so, and it is safe to divert, or it's safer to divert as soon as possible. For example, if the QRH said land at the nearest suitable airport, that's Boeing saying we don't want you flying this airplane anymore. I'd be very much having to divert. But in this situation, let's at least get half our passengers to our destination, and then whilst we're en route, the company can sort out sourcing a spare electric hydraulic pump, and they might be able to get it on an aircraft and have it en route to you by the time you've landed. Now, I'll give you a classic example of this. About 2 years ago, I took off from an undisclosed UK airport. I was out of base. I was flying to Poland, and on takeoff, we flew through a flock of birds, and they were very small, starlings or swallows or something like that. No damage, but we had multiple bird strikes, and we could smell through the air conditioning system a sort of burning bird smell, and that tells us that it has gone through the core. Now, when an engine has had birds go through the core, it needs to be inspected. They have to complete a borescope inspection. However, all the indications on board were completely normal during the climb. There was no exceedances in EGT, no vibration, so we decided to continue the flight. However, I did contact operations en route, and I explained the situation. And I said our plan is to continue. However, if you'd like us to go anywhere, let me know. And they contacted back and said no, continue. And by the time we had landed, 2 hours later, there was one of the airline's Learjets on its way with a group of engineers with the borescope inspection kit to inspect the aircraft. So by the time we landed, we only had to wait 45 more minutes. They inspected the engine with all the equipment and kit, and dispatched us, released us, and we left with a total delay, I think, of an hour and a half. Which is, you think about the logistics of that, it was all really well managed. So these are the sort of things we have to think about on the left-hand seat. So there you go. Oh, Poskill. Oh, all right, Sherlock Holmes, calm down. I mean, you have to be a bit of a numpty to not know who I work for. But there you go. That's the sort of decision making you have to make over on the left-hand seat, and discuss with your colleague. Peter, there you go. Also, all the airlines in Europe do that. Bloody says burning birth smell, of which Captain undoubtedly are an absolute expert on. Absolutely. Josh, did you SFI prior to command upgrade? Yes. I was trying to be more subtle than that. Cheers, Peter Tech. All airlines have that, don't they, in Europe? Yeah, fleet of Learjets to go and to go and get them all inspected. Hugh Morgan, but the engine was a bit hot with Boris. I guess so. But yeah, we just had Learjet. We're on the ground for about an hour and a half. Aaron, I've never said that. Thomas says, do you think the Max 10 will be certified by the end of the year? I have no idea. I don't follow the process of the certification of the Max 10. It's crazy sarcasm. I love it. Plainly, I got you. Birth, that's the ICAO code of Keflavik, isn't it? Anyway, on to the flight in question. We noted the failed electric hydraulic driven A pump. We've ran the QRH, we've discussed what we'll do. We'll magically get it fixed in Dalaman, and we're approaching Razda as we head over the Mediterranean there. We'll do a fuel check there at top of the flight. No date available. Birth. Oh, it's Big F. Yeah, there we go. Can't remember. It's great to see Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 still looking very strong and performing well. Great performance. Oh dear. So can we try turning off the fuel cut-off switch, turning it back on to see the time we're taking for the engine to spool up? I wonder why you're asking that question. I won't today. I mean, one thing, obviously we'll briefly discuss the Air India case. It's such a sad story, and it would seem that these start levers were moved both to cut off and then back to run. Why? I don't think we'll ever know. You can only speculate, and we just don't know. Was it human error? Was it suicide? Was it... There's a lot of cases of crew making mistakes. I think the one I quote was there was a 777 BA that took off from Gatwick not that long ago, and in that investigation, V1, the pilot flying, retarded the thrust levers. When we're human, humans can do funny things, especially with muscle memory, and I'm not... I can't say any more than what the official report has already indicated. We know that they were moved from cut-off to idle. Why? We will never know, I fear. Is it a design issue? Absolutely not. The 7.8 has had the same start levers since it was first flown, what is it now, 15, 20 years ago. The later NGs and all the Maxes have this start lever. You cannot accidentally move these to cut off. They're gated. You have to physically pull it out, then down. You know, I see a lot of comments on Reddit and YouTube, and people, there's just so many people, and there's a lot of content creators who are spieling out so much crap. It's just go off reliable sources, which is official publications. And there's one YouTuber who I trust in this matter, and that's Bloncalerio, because he looks into it in detail, doesn't speculate. But there's some really quite large YouTube channels I've looked at, and I thought, really, I don't know. I won't be commenting on a detailed video, and it's a start lever. You know, we just don't know why they did it, and there we go. That's the end of the question. Anyway, it's a very sad one. Reddit Boeing engineers are saying about the TCMA circuit. Thrust control... Oh, we got it on the Max. Thrust control module something. It does something to basically monitor the positions of the thrust levers, but look, let's wait until the full investigation's out. Bloncalerio has talked about the possibility to inadvertently flip the switches with your hand guarding the thrust levers. Not both of them. You know, you'd have to physically... You've got to grab at your fingers. You can't, like, pull it out of your hand. You could if you really... But you'd have to do it on purpose. You know. Yeah. So it's a really... it's a really sad state of affairs. Yeah, I know, Adrian, I know, I've seen it all. It comes up in my newsfeed, but it's on Instagram. Like, people are doing YouTube flight sim videos about it. It's like... Yeah. Let's not speculate. Absolutely. ARB hint is clear, but there is also TWA 800 where everyone knew what happened. 4 years later, NTSB determined a likely cause that changed the industry. There could be changes to this. Absolutely, Pete Tech. Absolutely. Flying question though, we're at Razda. Let's do a little fuel check. Airborne for 28 minutes here at Razda. That's the FIR boundary between Cairo and Nicosia. 30 minutes flying time. We've been airborne for 28 on the clock. There you go. And we should have 4.9 tons of fuel. We've got 5. So we've saved about 100 kilos. We should have burned 2,380. We go here to engine used. 2.4. So the fuel burn's about the same. Just turn down the simulator slightly now. We're in the cruise. AJ Finari, thank you, 7 months as a member. Time to bake brain casserole. What does the system? Oh, my brain. What are you making, some sort of awful stew? Does the system capture the actual switch move, or just a change current voltage? Maybe they didn't move but shorted. Or honestly, I don't know how the actual signal works. You'd have to talk to an engineer directly with these start levers. But it's with these star ones, I don't know if that's more electrical as opposed to mechanical. But yeah, how it works exactly in the background, you won't be baking my brain casserole today. Sorry, I can't help you any more than that. Oh, Michael Jennings, I know. I've been looking at some of the comments and questions asked. It's interesting. FoJ says, how do you feel about the ongoing discussion of cameras in the cockpit? I wouldn't like cameras in the cockpit for privacy reasons. It's not that we're up to no good in there, it's just the idea that someone's watching my every action. We already have OFDM, which is a great asset in ensuring that you know, the actions of flight crew are monitored, and if there's something goes wrong, that can potentially help with an investigation and improve safety. And obviously the flight data recorder and voice recorder as well. I don't want a camera looking at me all the time recording all of my conversations. You know, when I do a 4-hour flight with my colleague in the cruise, we are talking about all sorts, and I don't want that recorded. You know, it's obviously descent, climb, critical phase, talk about only the flight, but yeah, you know, most of my FOs quite bored of me talking about my baby, probably. And picking my nose in the cruise. There you go, Simbeb. So Mike, our residential 787 pilot in Discord, has covered it already in detail. So if there's any members interested, feel free to have a review of that. Yeah, Matthew Presley. I'm sure most of you know he's often a commenter on the channel. He is a current Boeing operator. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Nice to see you here. Optimus Subprime, do you ever get questioned about excessive fuel burn, if that was ever to happen during a flight? No, and excessive fuel burn can happen for several reasons. However, we do note any sort of speed deviations from the flight plan, so if ATC typically tell you to go faster, especially in the descent for sequencing, we make a note of that. But I've never had a phone call to explain why I burn X amount of fuel, or whatever. Talking about my diversion I had the other day then, and members, I will go into more detail about this as well in Discord, but essentially we flew in, I took an extra 1 hour's worth of fuel, which is a significant amount, more than you'd usually take. However, there was widespread disruption at our destination from thunderstorms. We arrived, smack bang over our airport was a very violent thunderstorm, as in one aircraft actually flew the approach and got struck by lightning, so we were held off. It was a business jet. And after 1 hour of holding, we just couldn't get in. So our reserves were to go to the south. Oh, is everyone hear me okay? Active connection. Please ensure you have an active interconnection and check the forums for additional information. So this is Microsoft blaming my internet connection and not the sim itself. So yes, it's we diverted and we needed, I think it was 3.3 tons to get to our diversion, which is quite far away. We diverted with about 4, which is 600 kilos more than the minimum diversion fuel, and we landed with 2 tons. Oh, thank you. Stop, please check your interconnection, it never blames itself. So yes, it's yeah, when we divert with a significant amount of fuel still, we had a bit extra because we had to divert around a lot of thunderstorms to get to our alternate, which was bulletproof. But also your alternate fuel, if I bring up this here, let's imagine we diverted from Dalaman to Antalya. These are the reserves. So that's based off you flying an approach, go around, full missed approach procedure, full routing. We diverted from the hold, already closer to our destination, so we actually landed well in excess of final reserves. But yeah, it was quite an interesting day. Sean said, fair enough, it's a workspace, I wouldn't accept cameras recording everything I discuss with my co-worker. If the board hears our discussions about their actions, we'll be able to work in no time. Brilliant. It's Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 trying to be forced onto me. P-Tech, are all pilots aviation enthusiasts? Sounds odd question, but do you ever have a colleague who has no real interest in aviation and could just be happily be driving a taxi or train, just a job sort of? There are some, I'd say, P-Tech, not many. I'd say the vast majority of pilots are aviation enthusiasts. I hope I come across as one, because I am a massive one. But I have flown with people in the past, both captains and FO since the command, who, yeah, perhaps aren't as interested, they have it as a job. But I'd say that's about a tenth. Not many, but there are some for sure. Alex, did you fly the plane back to your original destination later that day? I did, yes. We managed to get in once the weather improved. Possibly everything does get recorded. Yeah, your voice, obviously. So you can talk about what you like. Obviously, whatever you say is heard, but yeah, you know, to add a camera to that? Nah. Anyway. What's that, ATC? Director Iverno? Oh, cheers. That's a typical shortcut, though. So you can see here, 14:56, 3 minutes saved. But that would be a typical shortcut from ATC. Don't want to spend any less time than you with you guys, but I do have to get done by 6. Thank you, Nicosia ATC. Pete, but if you want to sort of be plastering his doll, that's a hard job, buddy. Hard work. I have a lot of respect though for all sort of labouring tasks. So my to-be brother-in-law is an electrician. He's such a sound guy, really nice. But I wish I had those skills. I wish I could plaster a wall. I wish I could, do some basic electrical work and plumbing. I'm crap at stuff like that. Matthew said it's a miserable job if you don't enjoy it. Now make no mistakes, it is a job, but I would rather get paid to not work. But if I have to work, then I'd do this. Fair, that's a fair point by Matthew. And I do have colleagues who, have been doing this for a very long time, 30 years, and they're looking for something different perhaps. But I still enjoy it, and I think certainly the sim element, it makes me enjoy the flying more, because obviously I spend 3 weeks in the sim, 1 week flying. So I look forward to it more than I did if I was, say, flying all the time every day. Hello Alejandro, hi everyone, so pleasure and so relaxing watching your stream since before flight school years ago. And now almost into the upgrade. Well, congratulations buddy. Came late, what's going on with electric hydraulic pump? Have a great day, it's failed. We do have failures on today, and we have had an electric hydraulic pump failure. The window heat on light leak extinguisher, that should definitely be on now, heated. So no, we'll see. When we get on the ground, we'll contact the engineer and see what's failed and see what he can fix. Kanya Skull, thank you, 17 months as a member. Beware of high MSA around Dalaman. Have a nice landing. Thank you very much for the heads up, sir. And yes, we'll be starting the setup for that approach now, and we'll be flying onto runway 19, which is over high terrain. Like I said, my operator does fly into this airport, so I do have guidance on how to fly this very challenging RMP approach with regards to how to step down. For example, there's a localizer only approach on this airport, but we're actually prohibited from flying it. We either fly the RMP approach or a circle to land off 01. So yeah, we'll do the RMP to 19 today. Matthew, been an awful summer though. Did the maths a few days ago. My on-time performance of last month has been 25%. Interesting. Matt, what's that for in the US? Is that for weather, or in Europe at the moment we have a lot of issues with ATC strikes in France, generating significant slots. So by far the most common delay is ATC in Europe at the moment. Who is the alpaca engineer? Oh yeah, we don't. What should we call him? Well, we have our residential Discord engineer, but I don't know. Let's call it. Think of a name beginning with J. Oh, Dalaman Towers online tool. Very cool. Sonia. No, it's not going to be Sonia. Best not setting up for this approach, guys. It's RMP. Right. 250 below 10,000. XQ forecast winds are in. I can request those from ACARS. Dodgy Dave. Matthew, part of that is that I'm in no way, shape or form a morning person. I get stuck with the end of day snowball delays. Ugh. Did I request these winds? Yes, I did. Load. There we are. So winds are coming in. Execute, and let's have a look at the weather. So it's going to be 230 at 9 knots. We can expect runway 19er. CAV OK, 30 degrees QNH 1004. So we've got /1004. Execute. No descent path after @1. So I think that might be the issue with the terrain. Because of the terrain in Dalaman, they have to keep you very high, and then you have to do a really dirty dive to get down low, and you have to configure very early to manage the descent path. So I can preset the QNH here on the PFD. Let's have a look at the star now. Put some fixed rings. So there's no runway point coded, so we have to type it in manually. Runway 19/10. So Dalaman, they land on runway 01 up to a 15 knot tailwind. My operator has approval for here. Because they want you landing on this runway, not 19. 3 times height. So roughly top of descent there. Dodgy David Duct Tape saying, it'll be right. Take care, Sean. Thank you very much for popping in. So let's have a look at this star then. If I get the EFIS onto plan. Sorry to make you all dizzy there. So we can sort of look at the charts, EFIS, the whole lot. There we are. So, the arrival starts in at Burpoo. Burpoo, no height restriction. We're then going to route to Ekver. Bravo Sierra 113, RSEX 11,000 feet above, RDAX at 10,000, at Mon 9,000 at 220 knots max. So again, you don't have access to this information, but the company briefing I can't show you, but I'm happy to input into our FMC. So our operator says, look, at Mon, bring the speed back to 180 knots with flat 5. They want us at this waypoint 180 knots with flat 5 because of the steep descent afterwards. So we'll put that here, 180 knots slash. VNAV will adjust its descent path to ensure that it makes that speed. And then from Atmon, we need to plan to be LDAT at 3,400 feet flat 10. So that's the next few waypoints, LDAT. So we need to be at flat 10 at 3,400 feet, which is a hard altitude. So these step descent points, I select RMP here, it's going to do a dirty dive. So we can't be below 9,000 because of terrain, and then we steeply descend sort of down this valley, 6,500, 5,000 feet, and we must be at LDAT at 3,400 feet flat 10. Use LNAV and VNAV. Aim to be geared down flat 15 by Bravo Sierra 116. So it's a little bit earlier for configuration. So I'll make sure we drop the gear and flaps early because it is a steep descent path. Look at this, 3.5 degrees. So how do you know to be at flap 10 at LDAT? Because my operator's notes states we need to be configured accordingly. Unless strong headwinds at present, plan a flat 40 landing. And then when you're at Bravo Sierra 117 here, it says disconnect here, and this 1,700 feet leaves you high on the PAPIs. So it says at Bravo Sierra 117 disconnect, hand fly visually using PAPIs, because this descent path will put you too high. So once we get to 4.4 miles, we'll disconnect, probably set 1,000 feet per minute, no more, until we see 3 wides, 2 reds, 2 wides, and then we'll land. Okay. So we've stepped through the points. The reason why it's so steep is this higher MSA to the northeast, 10,000 feet. It's offset, look, so the course of 205 on the final approach course, but look at the landing direction, it's 190. So it's offset by 15 degrees. And you can see the picture of the arrow in comparison to the runway point. So the missed approach point will make that turn onto final. And that's at 0.8 of a mile from the airport. So frequencies, there's none to tune. We'll put the Dalaman VR active just as backup, so that's 14.7. Course is 205. This is just to remind you, the automation isn't using this information for an RMP approach. It's just to remind you that's the final approach course. And the minimums are 1020. This is what we call LNAV minima. So we have to add 40 feet to this as it's an MDA. So 1060 on the minimums. So we'll set that now, 1060. There we are. So frequencies, courses, minimums are set. Great. So how do we fly the approach? Will be, as the brief discusses, flat 5 at Atmon, flat 10 thereafter, gear down flat 15 at Bravo Sierra 117, or not later than. Actions and visual. Well, we'll disconnect at Bravo Sierra 117 with the landing flat 40. If not visual, we'll fly the missed approach, which is basically climb straight ahead all the way on these RMP points, and we climb all the way up to 9,000 feet. It's a very high missed approach altitude. There we go. So does your company notes collect pilots' past experiences and tips? Base captains have a lot of influence on how to fly particular approaches. Very challenging airports require sort of testing in the simulator, but most airports, you know, are challenging, let's say, per se. They've got ILS on every end of the runway, there's no terrain issues, but they're very detailed. Who actually writes them exactly, I'm not sure, but yeah, the company's very receptive to feedback from all pilots. So, we discussed how we're going to fly it, we briefed the approach, let's now look at the landing performance. So, purchased this scenery yesterday from Simulations, only £9 or whatever. Don't often buy scenery, I'm very fortunate to be gifted a lot of it, but I just thought, you know what, I'm not going to use a default airport, let's use Simulations. So 3,000 metres, I plan to vacate at Charlie, that's probably about 2,400. 2,400 metres, I need to turn that music off on that shortcut. So let's look here, the OPT. So recommend using flat 40. That'll be for the steeper approach, and we can fly a lower ground speed, so the rate of descent required is less. So landing en route, Dalaman, runway 19, flat 40. Landing weight will be 62.6 it reckons. So we're going to burn 500 kilos. Yep, 62.6. We know it's going to be flat 40. Where's the weather in as well? And there we are. That is an unfactored distance of 1692 with order brake. What order brake was that? Order brake 3. Order brake 2 probably. Yeah, order brake 2 we'll use, and reverse credit. Great. Flat 40, order brake 2, secondary 10 reverse. I don't know what it is with my bindings with the reverse thrust. It doesn't work anymore. I've tried selecting the 2 reverse options in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 with the buttons on the Thrustmaster joystick with the levers. Doesn't work, so I'm just going to have to hold down F2. Hyper realistic, I know, but it's the only way I can get the ruddy thing to work. Thanks for subscribing. Elias Aviation, welcome aboard. Welcome Hayden J. Robinson. Good to see you here. Right, we've discussed everything. Vacate Charlie or Delta, and then taxi onto the main terminal apron. Descent checklist, pressurization set, land out. 0, anti-ice, off, approach brief and fuel we've discussed. And we need 3.2 to divert, we're on with 3.8, so we've got an extra 600 kilos, about 15 minutes. Checks complete. Matt says, after a dual hydraulic failure, Captain barks, trim it, Jim. Jim cranked furiously, then paused. Should my arm cramp before she moves? Captain replied with a grin, sounds like you're doing it wrong. Interesting. But wouldn't wish about a reversion fly on my worst enemy. F2 is how they do it in the Airbus in real life, so it's all good. What do you mean? F2, is that what? Is that, they just click it down, don't they? Artemis, assume you've assigned the reverse button to decrease thrust for throttle 1 and 2, and then on release go to cut throttle. Whatever I had before doesn't work Optimus subprime, so probably the way you've explained will get it to work properly, so maybe I need to reconfigure it, but I just didn't have time today. Right, top descent's coming up, and there's no altitude restrictions apart from this one here. RSEC's 11,000 feet, so let's set 11,000 now. VNAV will start descending automatically in about 30 seconds. Shrub just tuned in. Why is hydraulic A out? We've had a failure of the pump. We've got failures on for today's stream. Not the full-blown failure every 10 minutes like we occasionally do. This is just one every hour. This is one. one of the reasons why I love desktop simulators. This is quite a tricky approach to fly into. And if I was flying into Dalaman next week for the first time, I would be practicing in a desktop simulator this approach, just to see how it works, what it looks like outside the window. And I've done it before for the RMP approach into Corfu, runway 16. It worked perfectly. Great to notice that we have some ATC approach online. I'll pre-tune that for later. Oh, we've got some ATIS as well, so let's
Nation Bravo 13 FDE 0.
Down we go.
Zulu, runway 1 NNER. Expect RNP approach runway 1 NNER. Transition
As we
level
briefed.
13 FDE. Wind 230 degrees. 0 NNER knots. Variable between 200 and 2SX0. Cav OK. Temperature 30. Dew point 22. QNH 1004. End of ADA's information. Bravo.
Excellent. So copied information, Bravo. I love the fact, and I need to use this more often, in VPilots, I'm sure you guys already knew it, you know, you can just right click and tune. It's so much quicker. So I always have VPilot open now. It's only when you have those busy events in Germany where there's about 500 frequencies you can't find the one you want. Captain said, does this know what he's doing? Hey Skipper, I haven't got a clue. That is cheating. It's an immersion killer. No, it's massively convenient. Massively convenient. Going out, so we should have Turkey on the right side. There it is. Some weird lighting strobing effect issue here. Matt, in the event of a dual generator failure at cruise on the 7.3, how do you manage electrical load shedding, and what's the key priority most people overlook when you're down to standby power? It's automatic, but the battery will take over the standby power system. It powers essential services, so the captain's instrumentation, electric trim, obviously start the APU as soon as possible, but if obviously that's not available, you've got a very, very busy workload in the cockpit. So, yeah, electric trim to assist with pitch. Obviously, you got I'm thinking of manual reversion. Yeah, it's the time that's the limiting factor. You've got 60 minutes of a fully charged battery. I'd want to be on the ground with 20. But yeah, you've got no fly directors. It's raw data. The flap indicator on the NG doesn't work, which is a bit of a pain. It does work on the Max, but yeah, you know, it's flyable. You know, and during the command upgrade, crew are exposed to total loss of AC power and have to land off it, and it does require a bit of coordination and planning, but it is, every type rated pilot can bring that down. Shrub, in the panel above the standby power panel, where it gives you the level of different power sources used regularly in the flights. The AC/DC metering panel, you mean? We seldom use this. It's more an engineering function this day. The electrical system on the 737 is very reliable. I've never had any issues. I have dispatched once with an IDG failed, so you have to fly with the APU running and powering one of the buses. Oops, bank angle to 25. Spectacular approach, by the way. Looks really, really nice. Itch and scratch. If you need to be landing within 20 minutes, would you pan? Oh, for total loss of AC power? Mayday. I'd be doing a mayday for that. Optimus subprime. Can't you get the ATIS via ACARS anyway? Yes, so long as it's got D-ATIS, which I don't think this airport does anyway. Oh, it does actually. So in reality, yeah, you can punch in Dalaman's ICAO code into the FMC and get the ATIS from as far away as you want to, really. Josiah, what's the maximum flight level when you have the APU on the APU on in the 737? Up to the cruise level. As long as it's been running, it's hard to start at that level, but it will go. There we are, contact approach 122.4, which is active. Dalaman approach, hello, it's Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta, descending flight level, or altitude 11,000 feet on the QNH 1004, inbound to Benem for the Burpee 1 Zulu RMP 19 information Bravo.
Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta, good day, Dalaman approach, FedScope 6401, expect RMP 19.
6401 and expecting RMP 19 at Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta. There we are, squawks in.
Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta, radar contact, cleared Airport 1 Zulu arrival, descend via the arrival 9000, Dalaman QNH 1004.
Cleared for the Burpee 1 Zulu, send 9,000 feet, QNH 1004, Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta. Perfect. So 9,000 feet set, and that's the Atmon clearance. And we're going to remember, as we discussed, because of the steep descent here, bring the speed flat 5 180 knots prior to Atmon to ensure that we can descend. And already had messages in the FMC saying steep descent. Or no descent path, I think was one of them. But now I think we put the 180 knots there. It's actually gone. I can do it. John, you had a window overheat once. They gave us lower cruise and high cost index, which basically meant we got there quicker in the end. That's a bit extreme for a window overheat. I mean, as long as you limit your speed below 10,000 feet to 250 knots, it's pretty much the only restriction. Oops, sorry. You guys staring at the star chart. I have to say, PMDG 73 so far has been flying very nicely indeed. It's in path, thrust is completely closed, holding the speed very nicely. Looking good. Dalaman Airport somewhere there in the distance. Bono, that's the best QH checklist. Everyone knows window overheat. Window heat off, wait 2 to 5 minutes, window heat on. End of checklist. Some of you might not realise you can complete QH checklist by memory so long as there's no safety risk in doing so. So if you were to get a window overheat, I'd personally turn it off straight away, then get the QH out because I've already started the timing because I know exactly what it's going to say. But if you're not sure, always follow the QH. For example, if you've got an engine failure, you're not going to do that checklist by memory. Welcome to Turkey, ladies and gentlemen. Josiah, planned departure time for the next sector. So 15:10 on blocks I planned, which we're looking good for. I'm going to be early. Planned on block for the next sector was 15:45 Zulu. That's when I'd like to push back. Maybe a little sooner actually, because I'm running ahead of time. Idea is I want to land in Dalaman by sort of 6:15. I was saying sort of finish at 6, but 6:15 is probably more realistic. It's a bit of an unusual routing towards Damascus via Dalaman from Cairo, but it's just an airport that we hadn't flown into, and I thought it'd be quite a cool approach to do. Yeah, about an hour. Sounds about right. Shrub, does the airframe heat up and during climb descent due to air friction, or would you need a significant speed increase? It does. So typically when you accelerate at 10,000 feet from 250 knots to your econ climb speed of about 300, you can see the total air temperature increasing, and that's called ram rise, or the what's the posh term for it? Well, ram rise is all I ever remember, but you can see the temperature increasing from friction. Adrian, new as a member, Discord is linked to YouTube, but joining gives him missing access. Maybe takes a bit more time. It does, but however, Edo, hope you're doing well, buddy. He's going to pop up all the information. Click that link to find about the process, Adrian. Thank you very much for your support. Well, actually, I was a gifted member from Simbear, but thank you anyway. Right, belt's coming on. If anyone's just spotted that, yes, know about it. Technical issue. Remember, there could be other issues going on behind the scenes that we're unaware of. Mohammed, hey Captain, salam alaikum, knows some operations in Morocco. I've not been rostered to fly into Morocco this summer so far. Michael, does the increase in service heat affect engine performance? Marginally, Michael, not to an amount that we need to be aware of or is documented. Good morning, 737 Sim Partner, hope you're doing well. Inching scratching, when do you fail during the flights? Well, myself personally. There you go, Adrian. Yeah, fun fact, yeah, Concorde, when that was doing Mach 2, over 100 degrees on the nose. Yeah, they had to limit the temperature below, was it 50 something? 137 rings a bell. Let's see if we can see the airport now. Down there somewhere. Oh, that's a cool view behind the seat, just off the left of my nose. It's behind cloud. Where is it? Somewhere over there. Oh, there it is. Ugh. Just there, look. Actually, I keep forgetting, of course, I've got all the charts on here. Many arrivals. This one is the Burpoo 1 Zulu. Oh, why is it not in order? There it is. So you can see we're inbound to R6, but we've already been cleared down to 9,000 feet. Just 4 tons of fuel, looking good. Damascus airspace is closed now. What's going to happen? Well, hopefully the online VATSIM event will still be ongoing. I don't think they'll be following exact realistic procedures. Love the clarity on these charts, it looks amazing. And actually we have Jepson FD Pro, so you can actually have the moving aircraft now on the charts. So this is very realistic. So VNAV's doing a good job on speed. We're approaching a decel point, and that decel is actually probably, there you go, the steep descent after R6. So that 11,000 feet restriction is keeping us high, and then we've got to get down to 10,000 feet at 3.4 miles, so we might need to help it out a little bit using speed brake. We'll do our best to make the restriction. Ken, I would highly suggest pre-cooling the cabin after landing. The sun is shining like a deadly laser. But that's a very good point Can Yuxel's made. When it is hot, we do crank these temperatures down just to get it really cold, and sometimes passengers and crew do complain, it's freezing back here, but when you have a temperature of 30 degrees outside, it's lovely to have that cool air linger around a little bit longer. Probably a bit too early to turn it down, you'd be starting to get very cold here. Alright, so there's a decel, so that's started. So you'll watch the VNAV path will drop down after we've passed RSEX. That's because that 11,000 feet or above is leaving us high for the 10,000 feet at RDAX. So what I'm actually going to do is open the speed window, bring the speed back to the up speed, and bring speed brake now, just sort of preempting the fact that the aircraft is going to be high. You watch this path. I mean, that's really hard from 11,000 feet to 10,000, but watch the path, look, as soon as we go over the top. It's a flyby waypoint. Wait for it. You watch this path dive down. Slow the speed brakes, we're approaching the upspeed. So RDAX has been sequenced. It's not doing a dirty dive, actually, to be fair, but it's struggling to make the 10,000 foot restriction. As you can see... Oh no, it's good, it's good, it's good. But bringing the speed back was the right decision. I think because I have slowed lower than what the aircraft is thought it would be doing, it's actually managed this descent quite nicely. So 10,000 feet at RDAX, and then we have 9,000 feet or above at AT1. Oh no, I was meant to be at flat 5, wasn't I? That's why. You can see why.
Charlie Delta from AT1, cleared RMP Zulu approach, correction, cleared RMP approach runway 19 now, report passing LDOT.
After AT1, we're cleared for the RMP runway 19, and we'll report passing LDAT, Alpaca 15 Charlie Panda. So, too distracted here. We've got to be 180 knots, ideally at this point, but now we're at AT1, we can step down to the next approach restriction, which is 6,500 feet at BS 115. But we've nicely recovered. Speed's almost at 180 knots. I've got speed brake, flat 5, and I'm going to bug the flat 5 speed. So now we just need to carefully manage the speed as the aircraft follows the path. If you weren't at flat 5 here and had speed brake, you wouldn't be able to control the airspeed on this approach. It's very steep. So that's speed brake flat 5 right now. There you go. Even with speed brake flat 5, it's barely holding the speed, slowly reducing speed, but flat 5 speed brakes are a really useful configuration. Right, oh my goodness me, I'm a bit late with the post-cruise checks. So many distractions. Fuel 4 pumps, lights on. Angular bank was 25, pressurization set, belts are on, cabin secure, recall checks complete. Okay, and that's the master caution hydraulics, low pressure, we know. Cool, so that has worked really nicely. Okie dokie, so after BS 115 we can step down to 5,000 feet, max 210 knots. I have stowed the speed brake now because the flat 5 speed is roughly being held, but that's why it has to be so steep, look, because of the terrain all the way around. And 1 mile before 115 we can step down to 5,000 feet. Set. Matt, is there an acceptable tolerance if you're not going to make a height restriction before you need to contact ATC? Yeah, if you're not going to make the restriction like a hard altitude or a mandatory height, there's an unofficial 300 feet, I think a lot of people quote. A controller would be able to clarify before it's a level bus, but just advise them as soon as possible. And 9 out of 10 times they'll go, yeah, disregard the restriction or just do your best. Certainly in London that's the case anyway. Because sometimes in London airspace they want you to descend and also slow down, and you can't make the restriction with whilst also trying to slow down. So you have to configure a lot sooner on this approach. Every approach is unique, and this requires you to go flat 5 very early. Next thing we mentioned obviously was to be at flap 10 at LDAT at 3,400 feet. That's to ensure adequate speed control on final, because it is a 3.5 degree path. And flat 5, the aircraft will nicely hold this 3 degree path here, but any steeper, the speed will run away with flat 5. And the drag modelling on the PMDG is very, very good. Alright, we can now step down to 3,400 feet. There we are. So again, look, you can see the thrust is completely closed, flap 5, and we're just about holding 180 knots. If required, I can use flap 10, which I will need at LDAT anyway, and it's a maximum speed of 190, which we're doing or anyway. It's already brought the speed back to our final approach speed anyway. Boga. Yeah, we'll be alright. It'll be better. Belbus says, new question, flap 5 more for drag or does provide more lift 2 for slower airspeed? Flap 5 is more a lift flap setting. Of course every flap adds more drag, but flap 5 is primarily increasing lift. When you go beyond flap 10 you're adding drag for the higher thrust settings. Okay, let's go flap 10 now. It's struggling to hold the flap 5 speed. So that flap 10 restricts your speed to 210 knots. And it does require careful monitoring, so you can see it's flap 10 not really adding much drag, but you've still got the option of speed brake. If you need it you can drop the gear, but we don't like using gear for drag. Alright, mandatory 3,400 after 116. Well, imagine that's my approaching descent point. So I'm going to set now 1,100 feet. VNAV past speed intervent, and the final approach fix is LDAT anyway. Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta approaching LDAT.
Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta, contact tower 118.5, so long.
118.5, Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta, bye. And we've got a message in the scratch pad which is unable 160 at 117, that's okay. So now I'm definitely needing speed brake, because this is why you had to be at flap 10, and there's that massive offset. Tower hello, it's Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta, RMP runway 19. And this is where it's not slowing down, so what we'll do, stow the speed brake, drop the gear, flap 15. We're in 19 and cleared to land Alpaca 15 Charlie Delta. So that's what my operator's brief sort of said, aim to be geared down flat 15 by BS 116, which is what we've done. And you can see, look, it's... now, I noticed this, I think, with the last PMDG stream. With the gear, it's not adding much drag. That would be dropping off a lot quicker. Interesting. Flat 25 below 190, which we can select now. And we want to disconnect by BS 117 and hand fly anyway. I need to be below 162 for flap 40. So I'm going to go flap 30 just to help with the drag. Max speed 175, and as soon as we're below 162, flap 40. And it really requires quick configuration, but we're nicely stabilised on the approach. Below 162, flap 40. Okay, set the missed approach attitude, 9,000 feet. There we are, flaps, 40 green light, lights on, checklist complete. Alright. So this requires now for us to disconnect, recycle flight directors, and we're now going to keep descending at 1,000 feet per minute. Pretty much still follow. Oh no more than that though. You've got to keep descending at 1,000, otherwise you're going to end up high. You need to get your 3 whites by the minimum. Look, I look like I'm really high. Can't quite see the pappies. Yeah, 3 whites. That's good. But that's exactly what my operator's briefing pack says. To 1,000 feet per minute, but no more, to ensure three whites. Or 2, stable by the gate. Continue. In real life, it's far easier to see the pappies. One of my comments with a lot of the airports that you have in desktop simulators, the pappies aren't bright enough. You can also ask ATC to turn up the brightness too. But yeah, that's worked out beautifully. And credit to desktop simulators again, because if I was to fly this approach in real life, this would be fantastic practice for doing it for real. Alrighty, 500 continue, 2 reds, 2 whites. Thrust and attitude is perfect. It is a real credit to the devs of PMDG, it's spot on. Speed's a little low, as am I. Speed. There we go, looking good.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
A bit high, but my rate of descent was a bit high as well. Come on. Very nice. Alright, speed brakes up. Reverses. So 80%, max reverse, 100 knots. 80 knots. Manual braking. Auto brake disarm. 60 knots. Cancelling reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dalaman. Fantastic approach. Ah, love the differential braking as well. Oh, I can brake much more realistically now. Forgot to turn the sim up for the approach. Sorry about that. It was a bit quieter. It was a good button. What was the landing rate? 'Cause I can't see it in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Speed brake stowed. Flaps coming up. Salted butter. Ouch, that landing, someone said.
Alpha Car 15 Charlie Delta, welcome to Dalaman taxi gate, correction taxi to stand 8 via Foxtrot and Charlie 1.
Stand 8 via Foxtrot and Charlie 1. Alpha 15 Charlie Delta. See you shortly. Perfect. So Foxtrot, Charlie 1 for stand 8. That was a really nice flight. What a nice approach as well. Go check out. And I'll tell you what, I'm glad I had the operator's briefing pack, because that is, you know, energy-wise, that's really tricky. You've really got to manage that. If you see 3.5 degrees, you're always thinking minimum flap 10 anyway. But I had to sort of drop the gear as per the recommendation at, what was it, 8-9 miles prior to where it recommended. BS 116 was the only way to manage the speed, and I had to do 1,000 feet per minute to keep it descending. Right, so let's do the clean-up. We'll have to talk to the engineers to get the issue fixed. The electric hydraulic pump. But we'll put that to off. Remember, we're going to do a second sector. 4 units on the trim. See, that's already trimmed quite a way. You typically land with about 8 or 9 units of trim. Interesting. 9-1. Set that to 100. Oops, forgot to put the start switch to continuous. Or did I already turn them off? I think I forgot to turn them on. Never mind. That's set. Probes off. Great. So yeah, simulation scenery purchased from Contrail yesterday. It's very nice. You also didn't arm the speed brake. I always leave something off on purpose, Josiah plays, and I forgot to arm the speed brake. No one spotted it, so I had to extend it manually after touchdown, which I think everyone noticed, didn't you? See me extend it manually? It's because I didn't forget to arm it. I just was disappointed that no one in chat could recognise that I'd forgotten it, and I'm too busy looking at the aircraft flying the airplane. Yep, definitely what happened. Stand 8. Stand 8, remote stand. Oh, that's alright, I'll take it. Cough. Right. GS exit. Anyway, schedule's 10 past. We're ahead of schedule. No follow me required. We'll have a bit of Turkish ground services. Uh-oh. Thanks, GSX. Have a good old think about it. There you go. Okay, Mr. Pro Pilots. That bike is too cheap for Jetway. Listen, it's a quick turnaround. Right, weather radar off. Why have I been spending years not using the toe brakes on my rudder pedals? It's great. I tried an X-Plane though, and I didn't feel like the feel of it in X-Plane actually, but it works really nice in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which I didn't think I'd ever say. Right, APU. All that lovely scenery I purchased to go on a remote stand. Well, I'll keep an eye out for Dalaman events, and if there's an event in Dalaman on VATSIM, I'll come back. I think the series is compatible with 2024 as well. Michael, thoughts of another Starship stream? Have they fixed the terrible issue I had where the frames went absolutely tanked after trying to listen into a nav aid? There we are, stand 8. Cheers, Jim. There we go. Well, we'll get the passengers bussed on at least. What a butter parking. There we are. Boeing 738 APU on the bus. Still trying to sort out that. Where's the marshal that dances when you get it perfect? Alright. Oh! Now anyone standing in the cabin is on the floor. Oh, damn it. Almost butter parking. Right, 2 blues, 1 red engine's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dalaman, where the local time is it 3 hours plus this? 15? It's nice 6? I think it's 6. Calgary doors manual crossing. Transit flow then, so that's on, open. AP bleed on because it's hot out there. Check the N2's below 20%, which we'll do momentarily. 2000 standby. Alrighty. Engine 1 and 2 N2's below 20%. Anti-collision lights off. We'll close our flights on New Sky. Right, and then we do the transit shutdown checklist. So we've got a technical issue, guys. I'll be on the phone now to maintenance controller and engineer to get that rectified. This probably wouldn't be a quick fix. Maybe it is an issue with the pump. It could be fixed or most likely replaced, but that's going to take some time, replacing an electric driven pump. And I don't think you can dispatch looking at the MEL. So we'll imagine though that in Turkey we have an incredible engineer who is able to swap out an electric hydraulic pump instantly. So we'll go here to PMDG setup, aircraft, failures. Oh, we had a second failure. Interesting. Let's see what it was. Forward cargo fire loop B. I'd get away with that, not finding out about that one. So let's try it. Test. Aft. Forward is extinct, is not on. So A. Test loop A. Working. Test loop B. You'll see the light's still extinguished. You can dispatch with a loop failed. There you go. Very good. Anyway, let's clear all. Execute. Thanks. Pump fitted, loop fixed, and we'll keep the failures on. Okay, so that failure was a speed brake. No. Right, let's see how I did on New Sky. It goes without saying, a 10 out of 10 from a seasoned pro sim pilot. Some Wonga made for Alpaca Airways on our sector from Cairo to Dalaman. Right, and then we're going to do a turnaround next, guys, and go to Syria to the capital Damascus here, which is apparently closed now in real life, so I'm saying, but we'll carry on. But we'll keep failures on, see what happens on the next sector, and I better start disembarking. Yeah, sorry, yeah, disembarking. Oh, my apologies. There we are. So the passengers can enjoy. The Egyptians can enjoy their holiday in Dalaman, let's say. Now, on a turnaround like this, they would bring the GPU and you connect it, but you'd leave the APU running with the APU bleed on. But you can put the GPU on the bus, and that does save a little bit of fuel, but you wouldn't want to turn the APU off with the outside air temperature being 31. It would get very hot very quickly. So let the ground handling come up. I think it then gives you the option to connect ground power. There is a second flight, guys. Yep, we're going to go to Damascus, but I'm going to take a break. Come back in about 10 minutes or so. But yeah, we're going to do 2 sectors today. Damascus, there's a VATSIM event starting in about... I don't know what time it starts, actually. Am I going to miss it? I think it's set 1600 Zulu. Hopefully we'll grab it. Usually it gives you the options for GPU, doesn't it? Oh, I'll just have to do it manually. So, home, ground operations, we'll set the chocks. There we are. GPU car. Alright. Where is it? GPU car, thank you. Does it take ages? Does it have to drive here? The bus. Here comes the bus to collect the passengers. So cool, isn't it? Well, I'm just going to have to leave it on the APU and just take extra fuel then. I request the GPU. It ain't arrived. Right then, no replay, I'm afraid. I will try and use a replay on the next sector to see if it works. But I am going to take a quick intermission here. I'll come back at about 1:15. And then we'll do the next sector to Damascus. Similar flight time, 1 hour, 20 minutes. and will hopefully participate in the start of this event into Damascus. And it will be a sunset night landing, I think, so really nice to see the sunset as well. But yeah, if you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like. If you're just hanging around, subscribe to Dev State, and I'll see you guys in about 7 minutes to the next sector. See you in a sec. Well, thank you very much for that intermission. I've
Passengers bus is
not done anything except call for the passengers to come for the next sector to Damascus. Another full load of passengers, 189.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
I need to re-log onto VATSIM. No, I've done that already, so I'm back on VATSIM. Obviously no event here, very quiet. The tug is getting attached. AP still running, nice cool air in the cabin. Oh, we've got an alpaca joining us, an 8320 as well, superb. So, yeah, same flight time, about an hour, 15 minutes. It'll be a sunset night approach, hopefully some sort of ILS then. Yeah, so the...
Departure checks completed. Bypass bins.
I think I might have slightly screwed up the time for this event. It's 5 o'clock. Oh, no, I'm good. The event starts at 5 o'clock British Summer Time, so it's about 40 minutes. Anyway, let's jump on into the aircraft and turn down this very rhythmic music. There we are. GPU never got connected, so we're still on the APU, which is why we've got a little bit less fuel in the left tank. Otherwise, I've not done anything else to this aircraft. So, first things first, when it's the next sector, get the 80s pretty much. So what I'm just going to do here, though, is still got the failures running. Just want to make sure. Random, yes, 10, no events. So, yeah, failures are still ongoing in the background. Probably going to have at least one more. We had 2 on the first sector. And let's just load up here. FMC, no, not FMC. We want ident, POS. We're in Dalaman, Lima, Tango, Bravo, Sierra. Put that in here. Request our new route. Should be synced up with SimBrief. There we are, to Damascus. 350. So set the payload, set the fuel, and select the route. And it's just fetching the route from ACARS there. Thanks for your subscription, Will Love it. Your SimCFI, hope you're doing well. Do you leave AP on for turnaround said flights in Africa? Yes, if it's very hot outside, like it is here, 31 degrees, we would leave the AP running with the bleed on as it is for passenger comfort. Right, route uplink ready, load. Hello. Gotta love GSX random sound effects in the background. Oh, whole sim's crashed because it's loading the route, but there they are. There's all the, I guess, Syrians and Turkish passengers loading onto their aircraft from the Cobus 3000. There we are. Route, data uplink, activate, execute. It's all in. So, I'm just going to tweak that fuel again. It is a VATSIM event, but I think the weather along our route's fine. Here it's okay, and at our destination, yeah, it's a bit windy, but 7,000 meters. Wind's right down the runway, runway 23 down there, and the forecast is CAV okay. So let's just take minimum block fuel again. Flights, view SimBrief OFP for number 2, 6995, so 71 on the fuel. So let's just a little bit more. Menu, FS actions, fuel, 7.1. We're already below our minimum block fuel because the APU is running. There we are. Perfect. So we'll grab our clearance. The ATIS is still information Bravo, I think. Oh, it's now information Echo. No, it's changed. So it's runway 19. QNH is set of 1004, surface wind 180 at 6, you're at 3,000 feet, temperature 30 degrees. So let's grab our clearance because this flight plan didn't give me a SID, it just spat me out at Benem. So I'm expecting a Burpoo 1 Charlie of some sorts and then hopefully direct to Benem, but we'll get the clearance now. At Dalaman ground, hello again, it's Alpaca 30 Delta, Delta stand 8, information Echo 1004. We'd like to request departure clearance to Dalaman, please.
Alpha 30 Delta Delta, hello again, sorry, your flight plan is incorrect, I will send you the correct flight plan.
Yeah, thank you, yeah, I saw it stopped at Benem, so I'll update the routing now, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And ground
Alright.
Alpaca 593, can you also send me an updated flight plan?
Yeah, so this is the problem
I
is
send you
planning on
the
it.
new flight plan.
Problem I found with SimBrief recently, sometimes the flight plans it gives are completely inaccurate. So we've gotten a new routing from ATC. Now, this happens in real life sometimes as well. So I will just copy this across. So route. So we're going to go to Altin. Hopefully it will join up somehow. So that's the first waypoint, and then it's Upper Whiskey 79. to
boarding starting.
Alpha Yankee Tango, so Altania. And up November 158. Oh, it's a completely different route. Uh-oh. So in reality, that route line would have gone down one, so you could put the airway.
Via Foxtrot and Delta.
Foxtrot Delta, stand 26.
So now I should be able to put the airway in. Alright, good. We're getting somewhere now, because Balmer, we're rejoining the route, Balmer. Okay, so Alpha Yankee Tango, up at November 135. Vessar, and then Lima 620 to Balmer. But God, if I was to do this in an Airbus, I'd be screwed. I'd have to refile it. Up Romeo 655. Level. There we are. Perfect. Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Thanks to new routes, that's been added to the flight manager computer. Now request departure clearance, please, to Damascus.
30 Delta Delta, stand my number.
Maybe I need to refile it on VATSIM like that. Departures runway 19. Ooh.
Alpha 30 Delta Delta, you are clear to your destination via Alton 1 Charlie departure. Departure runway 19er, initial climb 11,000 feet and squawk. Squawk is 6421.
Cleared to Damascus on the Alton 1 Charlie departure runway 19, climb to 11,000 feet, squawk 6421, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta.
30 Delta Delta, repeat correct.
Okay, Alton 1 Charlie's in the FMC. Arrivals, we're going to put in, oh, I have no idea. We're runway 23, right. Hey, I've not done a sector this one. We've got 23 right, 234. Oh, crikey. That one.
What's that?
And then
23 for Japan.
And a Lima 1 Charlie.
6 or 23?
We'll tidy it up on the way.
Agent 357, stand 26.
Egypt, are there actually flights? Oh my God, I made a right dog's dinner of this.
26,
This goes over the airfield, Damascus, then to the centre fix. Right, we'll leave it in for now. At least there's no discontinuities. Right, index perf. Same zero fuel weight, 58.8, same amount of passengers as before. Reserves now for Larnaca, I think our alternate I changed, 3.1 tons. Cost index 30. This sector we're cruising at 35,000 feet. Oops. Boarding's complete. Top climb winds, 253 at 52. Average wind legs, make sure you're not on the plan page so you get the option to select route data on your FMC. Average wind 248 at 28. And let's do the performance. So home, performance tool, takeoff, import data from OFP, import from aircraft, import the weather. Alright, calculate, we'll go full length. So that's going to be TO 52 degrees now. I've noticed with the PMDG it never seems to select a lower D rate, it always goes off full without an assumed temperature. Which is fine, same with thrust output, but it does it differently. 93.8, 93.7, wind 0.1, flap 5. CG is going to be pretty much the same as before, yeah. Because we've got the exact same amount of passengers. 5.4 on the trim. Commander, have you been flying X-Plane lately? More than Microsoft Flight Simulator. Last 2 streams have been X-Plane. Fearless and the 7.6, I think. 40, 41, 46. Great, overhead panel scan. All configured from the last sector. Seatbelt sign on, refueling's complete. Make sure the cabin's ready for pushback. That should be on. Nice cool in the cabin. Flight director's on. Let's have a look at this SID. So, sorry, I only just realised Jefferson was still up for you guys. It's an Atlin 1 Charlie. There we are, pin. So, it's a GNSS departure, straight ahead Bravo Sierra 101. Max 250, left turn 90 degrees, track 100 to BS 102. Another left turn to Ekville, and then out in. And then we've been told to climb to an altitude of 11,000 feet, which I've set on the MCP now. And the squawk I think I need to put in as well, 6421. Cool. So SIDS, we're good. We're good with the taxi. It's very straightforward here. It's going to be pushback. Runway 19er. So to face, hopefully north. Alpha Bravo Alpha. Runway 19. Boom. Happy days. We've briefed everything. MFRA over the sea. Oops. Preset 1004. So 1020. Climb runway heading over to 3,000 feet. Oh gosh, fiddly. Just make sure we are definitely over the sea. There's no terrain. Yeah, right in the Mediterranean. I didn't realise we're very close to roads.
3150.
Literally on the corner, isn't it?
Radio check.
Ulasa 3150, hello, Dalaman Tower.
Hello, Glitch.
5x5.
Says, my 13-year-old son and I have been trying to learn the Zebo mod together through shared flight. Been learning a lot watching videos and streams. First time catching one over. Awesome, Glitch. That's amazing. Well, what a lovely thing to do of your young lad there. So thank you very much for the feedback, and hope you enjoy the streams. And I hazard a guess your young lad would like to be a pilot when he's older. Hopefully he will endeavour in being one, because it is a fantastic career. Right, just need to update the heading bug, because I'm still set for the approach 190. 190 my QDM set. I think we're all good. So now we will get ready for pushback. Doors are closed. Speedbird's here. Alpaca, we've got that Turkish airline over there landed as well. And because I got a GSX profile, hopefully it won't give me some funky option for pushback. It will say on the taxiway to push back the correct direction. Oh no, I need to put my chocks out. So parking brake is set. Remove the chocks. Doors, close all doors. Come on, pushback.
Locking gear.
Here it goes. And there goes the stairs as well. Hey Martin Kill, good to see you here, buddy. Hope you're doing well. There goes Turkish Ground Services. So that noise, is that just GSX making sound effects? Now we are being tilted up. There we are. It's got to be facing north. Alpaca 30 Delta Delta stand 8, request push and start.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, push and start is April, face north, QNH 1004.
Push start approved, face north, QNH 1004, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Still great to see I'm doing a 550 feet per minute rate of climb with this
Commencing push.
lift up style
All
tug.
engines clear. Start at will.
There we are. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, guys. I forgot to do New Sky. Oh, damn it. Too much to do as a pro streamer.
Ground Alpaca 593. Got information.
Also, I was due out at 45, pushed back at 30. 15 minutes ahead of schedule.
Alpaca
Starting
593, hello again. Information echo is correct, you are clear to your destination.
I don't think you can do New Sky once you're on the roll.
Departure runway 19er, initial climb 11,000 feet.
Then to
go up to 6423.
Clear destination, Allen 1 Charlie departure, initial.
Oh, pressure, air 1.
Initial climb 11,000, clock 6423, Alpaca 593.
Spar valve.
Alpaca 593, is that correct?
Master caution, air conditioning. Is it the dual bleed again? No, zone temp again. Does this a lot on the PMDG, doesn't it? Reset. Is that everything in real life indications when the tug lifts? No. that's always happened with GSX. With the lift style tug in every add-on.
Correction 3150, you are clear.
Started cut out, monitoring 2, 2.
1 Charlie departure runway 19.
5, so that's going down now, 6, 3, 2,
Please set parking brakes.
I will. close. Back on auto. Starting engine number 1 and setting the parking brake.
Unlocking gear.
Letting.
1 Charlie, initial climb 1,000 feet. Runway 19er, smoke 84.
All pressure.
+315.
Head 1.
Plus 3150, read back correct.
You see? Oh, really? Can I new Scott? Let me try.
Car truck disconnected. Bypass pin remote.
Oh, what's the code? OSDI.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Is that a Turkish accent? I'll put 45. You know what? It might work. Okay, well, maybe it has worked. Happy days. Alright, start looking at 1-2 stable. Let's go. Flaps 5. Could one use checklist for pro streaming? To remember all the stuff I've got to do. There goes the pushback driver. There's my rudders done. Really cool. Black lower DU. Don't forget to read the before taxi checklist, which I'll imagine I've done. Alpaca 30 Delta Delta request taxi.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, taxi via Bravo 1, Foxtrot, and hold short runway 19.
Bravo 1, Foxtrot, hold short runway 19, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Okie dokie, so that is the first right, next left, hold short Alpha runway 19. Okay, parking brake released, config. Now what? Master caution. Oh, don't tell me. No, that is not a thing ever. I thought they got rid of that. That is not a thing in the real aeroplane. Maybe in the classic, but if they just firewall it again, it goes. It's based on the real aircraft. When you add thrust, the overwing exits lock. Let's do with the thrust lever angle, I think. And I've never seen in my entire career in 15 years those master caution overwing lights illuminate for that. Global, love the RMP-19 in Dalaman in real life. What's the exact approach we flew on the way in?
Speedbird 195, standby number 1 for clearance break 31.
Yeah, I've seen it before, Marcus Dracus on the PMDG. I thought they got rid of it, but it looks like it's crept back in.
We have for departure to Istanbul file, runway 19, 321 Charlie, initial approach.
Very nice. Here's our right at Bravo.
Squawk code 6406, position 11.
What about to RTO? I always leave one thing, Joe Stone, and that's the one thing I purposefully forgot. And you've correctly identified that I forgot it. So well done. You win the prize of the one thing I forget during the setup on purpose. Cheers, buddy. Nightbot is the #1 fan. Cheers, Nightbot. Thank you so much for your contribution. How do you find your yoke said glitch? I've got my son one for his birthday, along with the Bravo 1 honeycomb throttle. Pretty jealous myself. Yeah, I love the Boeing yoke. It's very good. You're never going to exactly match the real thing, but it's a fine sort of for a desktop simulator use. It's absolutely fine. No, it was heavy as the real thing. I like it.
Push through facing north, UNH 1004.
Before takeoff, check this thing. Config we checked. Flaps we have 5 green lights. Stab trim 5.5 units set. Takeoff briefing. Back sort of bleeds on. V speed set for departure. 40, 41, 46 on the MCP. Going to be flying the Atlas 1 Charlie now then. Straight ahead, left turn. LTBS 102, climbing to an altitude.
Alpha 30 Delta Delta, line up and
1,000
wait runway
feet.
19er.
Line up runway 19, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. And that's reviewed, cabin secure, checks
Speedbird
complete, clear to line up and wait.
Approach face north, NH 1004.
Roger. Push approach face north 1014.
Nigel going back to Heathrow. Alright, 10 knots for the turn, and we've been cleared via Alpha, line up and wait runway 19. Those taxis, the engine sounds from the cabin are so good. Yeah, like someone said earlier, the resonating in the cabin trim is really good.
Alpha 30 Delta Delta, wind is 210 degrees 8 knots, runway 19 clear for takeoff, when airborne, contact Dalaman approach on 122.4, bye bye, have a safe flight.
19 cleared takeoff, airborne 122.4. Thank you very much, ATC, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, bye. Right, landing lights are on. And that was very nice, the control to come on. Checks complete. Let's go to Damascus. Timing. Stabilised, set takeoff thrust. Amazing sounds. Alright, takeoff thrust, set indications normal. Checked, release forward pressure. Up we go. Nice. Bit of back pressure of the dead band, very good.
Positive rate.
Gears coming up. Very nice. LNAV. Yeah. Brrr. There we are, bug up, NADP2, passing the Dalaman VR, contact departures. Do you like my lime green t-shirt, ladies and gentlemen? Perhaps one. Dalaman approach, hello, it's Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, Adam 1 Charlie, passing 1,900 for 11,000.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, good day, Dalaman approach, radar contact, climb flight level 240 on the expected.
Climb flight level 240, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. I think you said, well, I didn't catch the last bit. Set 240 checked. What's up, no lights?
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, clear direct advance march, Victor Echo Sierra Alpha Romeo.
Where? Directive Vessar, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Can't see where I'm going. Executes. Whee! Oh, that's why you don't take your hands off the controls, descending. That's why there's two of us. Right, there we are. Don't miss, execute, LNAV available. Now let's get back onto the flight director, 250 knots, not descend. There we are, perfect. It's like nothing ever happened. So I'll have a bank up to 30 degrees. No more. Yeah, the flight director behaviour on the PMDG is very good. Alright, nicely in trim. Command A, I have to take off checklist. Gears off, water brakes off. And the star switches are off. Air conditioning and pressurisation. 2.9 again. Set. Start warming it up in here. There we are. The altimeter standard set, passing 76 flight level 240. Takeoff checks complete. Release crew. Nice departure, huh? Quieter. Standard 3G 737 turn. Yeah, I was whilst I was trying to find VESAR in the FMC, I was a little bit preoccupied by that. Next thing I knew, I looked up and I was rapidly descending, exceeding 250 knots. Great shortcut from HC though. The Airbus would now kindly remind you that you've exceeded your speed limit. What does it say if you go too fast? Speed, speed. Something like that. Passing 100-240 pre-cruise checks. Fuel. We've got 6-4. No descent path after Mala. We'll have a look at that later. 6-4. APU's off. Pressurization 4.0. Reese passengers. Really cool. Checks complete. Very dramatic terrain here, isn't it? Very nice. I wouldn't know what these mountains are called east of Dalaman. But there is Antalya, large international airport. We're going to go... Actually no, we've got a whole new routing, didn't we now? So I need to get rid of that. But I think we're going probably a little more along the coast of Turkey, north of Cyprus, and then southeast towards Syria. The Taurus Mountains. Thank you very much, Kimi Raikkonen fan. Overspeed. Cheers, Bloodline. Yeah, speed is low speed. Okay. Oh, apparently Plainly says just get a message in the FMGC. Why did they just not? Why did they add a G to the FMC, or is the FMGC something completely different than MS? I don't know. So the event starts at 15 minutes. We're going to be landing at 5:50. Perfect. Flight management and guidance computer. Well, it's just FMC. So Damascus, someone said currently closed the airspace to Syria. That started during the stream. I don't think there's any flights from sort of the UK or mainland Europe into Syria at the moment. I was having a little look on Flight Radar. I think there are flights from Turkey to Damascus, and I think Emirates are flying in from Dubai, but none of the sort of main European airlines are going in at the moment. And there's the reason, Martin, because of Israeli attacks in Damascus. Well, there you go. We're not going to go into that discussion now, obviously. I have my own personal thoughts on the whole thing. You know, one day, let's hope for that part of the world to restore to some sort of normality. They say that because Airbus always were better. Outrageous. So the scenery I've got for Damascus is some freeway scenery I found on the FlightSim .io.to site. Aaron's taking the #1 spot from Nightbot. Why is it added? Like my mod bot is top chatter. Aaron, thank you. #1. Guidance was invented in the 40s, a decade after the 737 was first commissioned. V1's explanation, probably. The 73 is fine machine. Reliable, gets you there from A to B very safely, fuel efficient. I love it. So I wonder what technical issues we'll have on this sector. We did suffer from a electric hydraulic pump failure and a cargo loop failure. It could be any one of the random failures. Well, remember we did the last technical failure stream we did a few months back. Took off and went straight had engine severe damage or fire, didn't I? It was literally the first thing that happened. I was like, oh, okay. We'd best divert back into New York. It was an engine 2 failure. Is that what it's going to happen now? It should scratch it.
Hello, it's Alpaca 593.
Brent, do we have failures this way? Yes, not on as frequently as the full failure streams, but on average, 10 every 10 hours, 1 an hour basically.
Line flight level 240, Alpaca 593.
Aaron, outrageous comment. You deserve to be ranked number 2. Technology and audio intervention. The invention then.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, contact land control 135.4, so long.
135.4, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Bye. Very offended.
One Charlie.
Alright, expecting inbid 1 Charlie, we have information Kappa.
God, it's very quiet, ATC.
6 Alpha Papa merhaba, Relax 1 Alpha, flight level 250.
That's better. Take a little launcher. Cheers, Will.
Turkish Niner Yankee Mike. Descent via Star 4050 NH 1008.
Try to get locked in.
And for Gen 992, just to confirm, you want us inbid 1 Charlie?
992 firm, expect ILS 36.
Alright, well, inbid 1 Charlie and expect the Yankee 36 Gen 992.
Accra Centre, hello, it's Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, climb flight level 240 to Vezar.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, hello, identified climb 350.
Climb flight level 350, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. That's our cruise, 350, set, VNAV. 36. Oh, I forgot to update that, I did, 350 set once, twice, thrice, and then we make sure we're monitoring at 1215. Perfect. Brendan, it's nice to see you, Captain, a 737 and take a break from your part-time boat digger driver. I've driven every form of transportation over the last few days. Well, minus a train and a bus and a truck. Yeah. I captained Tina down the Ouse in York and drove a huge 22-ton digger yesterday.
Turkish 24 Mike, confirm.
Loved it.
Turkish 24 Mike, confirm. Turkish 24 Mike, hello.
No motorcycle, okay. There's a few, alright, a few items of transportation I have not.
Rixon 1 Alpha arrival and then ILS Yankee 35 right, Turkish 4 Mike.
Aaron's on his way to getting banned from the channel. The original 73 didn't have wheels because they didn't invent the handheld air pump yet. Ridiculous.
Stand of choice.
Oh, segue, yeah, good one.
Bye bye. Agent 99 is direct.
Crazy sarcasm. Are you the captain in the car together though? I'm always the captain. Welcome, Zesty Cheese.
Direct.
Love your handle.
Taking the point because you're blocked for G992.
992 November Echo Whiskey Papa Echo.
There we are. So I'm probably best put in the new routing that was given to us from ATC because Navigraph's sim brief gave us a very funky route. Oh no, I closed the DM I can't be asked to update it, but yeah. Whole new routing along the south coast of Turkey, basically.
Turkish 427, clear for takeoff 35 left, wind 040 degrees 10 knots.
Very mountainous, isn't it, on the coast here? I realise how many mountains there were.
Turkish 6 Alpha Papa direct.
Itch and scratch it. When in the car, do you have a checklist and a PA?
QNH 1008.
Nathan, look at the tablet for the route. I think that still has the original SimBrief tablet routing as well, so that won't be much use.
And,
oh no! Does that actually update it? I didn't know that. Nathan Brown. So I didn't realise this actually goes off the FMC, does it?
99 to QNH 1008.
Interesting. That I did not know.
India Mike Romeo November.
Optimus Supreme G fly the VSD on it all? Yes, my operator is pilot monitoring. The VSD's turned off when below the MSA on 10,000 feet, but obviously because I'm always PF, don't bring it up on my ND, because it does clutter the ND quite a bit.
Anchor radar, Alpaca 5993.
As SG, this is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. PMDG 73 isn't available yet. In 2024, as far as I know.
Level 350
on an official basis.
Kilo uniform, Lima Oscar Lima.
Martin, speaking of Microsoft Flight Sim, does Alpaca have any cargo 73s? Yeah, we've got some Boeing converted freighters. I think actually our last stream in the PMDG 73 was in the converted freighter.
Kilo uniform.
It's been months since we last flew this aircraft. Yeah, he gave you all that new route, then you got a huge shortcut. I know it should scratch it. We'll take it. Bank angle 10 preempted.
Alpaca
So we're landing at Damascus at 1650 Zulu. What time's sunset? Oh, I just can't teach it. 1644 Zulu. It's going to be a beautiful sunset approach into Damascus.
Turkish 2345.
Goodness knows what type of approach we're going to get, because I was looking at this earlier. The arrival goes from Libor south to the Damascus VOR, but we're expecting ILS approach runway 23 left or right. Oh no, it's a non-precision approach. Oh no, that'll be ILS, there we are. So how do we get from there to the ILS? Do you break off before, I guess? We'll have to find out.
Initial 8,000 feet.
And yeah, the climb rate's pretty poor. I don't know why it's so slow. Yeah, we're not super heavy.
Alpaca 593, proceed direct to Vesar. Direct development, Alpaca 593.
Yeah, not sure why it's climbing so poorly. Normal climb speed per 30,000 feet. Already at our cruise Mach number, about 7.7. And what are we? What was our takeoff weight? About 65 tons? Yeah, takeoff weight 75. Yeah, probably plainly get vectors. We'll put something in the FMC to sort of allow us to get a bit lower on the approach. Plan for a shortcut, as we always do.
Turkish 427, 2000 feet.
Turkish 427 identified, climb flight level.
At least Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is running very smoothly. Now, as I mentioned to the members as well, streams this month are going to be far and few between, very busy. A few things going on, stag do, getting married, work, play, baby. Baby was very unsettled last night as well. We both didn't get a huge amount of sleep. But I do have a number of standbys on this block. So Sunday maybe something. and
Are you ready to copy
Monday
IFR clearance?
and Tuesday potentially something, because I've got really nice duties this week, middle of the day, and I'm in the sim. I'm actually flying on Friday. I'm doing a line check on a crew.
65 Delta X.
So in the jump seat on a long sector to Greece back.
Runway 3, correction, 18 left. Initial climb of 1000 feet. Squawk
Oxford said the
6440.
Taurus Mountains stretch from Bodrum in the west to beyond Adana in the east through the Turkish Mediterranean coast. Which I think we're pretty much following now with our new routes. So all of this is the Taurus Mountains.
Clear to EM airport here.
So I'm going to catch up the coast in a second.
18 left. Squawk 6440.
Very interesting. We don't usually fly in this neck of the woods.
65 Delta, read back correct. Report when ready for departure. Break. Turkish Liner Yankee Mike, clear
What's the train
island, Yankee
information?
36.
I don't know. You can just about see the coast over there. I haven't got no terrain information on the ND.
Turkish 4 Mike, request descent.
Desire plays I did as well, but thankfully I managed to get it started before taking off.
Descending 250, Turkish 4 Mike.
But your bum ain't going to be happy after that line check. It's an uncomfortable seat.
65 Delta, report ready for departure.
Well, we haven't had any issues so far with the aircraft.
Alpaca 30 Delta, leaving my airspace, monitor advisory 122 decimal 8, have a safe flight.
Advisor 1228, thanks to ATC Alpaca 30 Delta. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Alright, over to Unicom. That event starts in 2 minutes in Damascus. Well, it's a flight between Damascus and Baghdad or vice versa, so hopefully we'll get ATC on arrival. Find out what's going on. Just scratching flying the 321 now. Took 45 minutes to get to top of climb. Heavier but so slow. Yeah, the 321 is with the CFM as well. Has awful climb performance, doesn't it? I remember when we flew it. I don't know if it was V1 or someone came in chat. They were saying that, yeah, fully loaded, you don't have much extra room for additional fuel. Like 15 minutes extra, and that's it. You're already above your max landing weight. That's just crazy. Maybe I should fly the Phoenix again soon. I've not flown that in it. Well, must be a year. I've definitely not flown it in 2024, that's for sure. Crazy sarcasm, we can't talk about that here. You have the IAE on in this flight. So the IAE engines, are they a little more powerful in comparison to the CFMs with the 321? But you don't see a huge amount of 321s around. They're mostly 320s. EasyJet got 323-19s. I think they got 321s as well. And doesn't Air France still operate a little baby 380? I think it's tiny. Josiah, what is the... Just wait for the BFU before flying Phoenix again. What is the BFU? Absolutely no idea what that is. Big Phoenix update. Yeah, alright then. When Phoenix pushes the big Phoenix update, we shall venture to the dark side once more. We all know I'm a pro pilot on the Airbus. I know exactly what I'm doing at all times. There we are, 22 minutes, 35,000 feet. Captain Dwight, which turbulence setting do you recommend with the PMDG 73? Well, certainly no in 2024, don't use the realistic turbulence setting because it isn't realistic at all. Is it what we found that out in a recent stream, didn't we? Someone said, yeah, don't use realistic in 2024. I think it's the same in 2020. Or have I got realistic on in this sim? I don't know. course. 238 miles to go. Top percent 30 minutes. Lovely flight time, 1 hour 20 minutes for streams. The Big Phoenix update was supposed to release in a couple of weeks, 4 months ago. That's quite common for most flight sim developers though, isn't it? The realistic turbulence seems to update the windows multiple times per second. Windows, oh, retracted. Aaron's had a typo. Thomas, yeah, that's the perfect amount of flight time even in real life, I know. Why do I never get sectors like this? I always either do super short or super long. Oh yeah, that's always been the case in Microsoft Flight Simulator with realistic turbulence. In 2024, it was the yawing motion. Right until I turned that off, every aircraft I flew on final within 1,000 feet started yawing uncontrollably. Wouldn't matter if it was a light aircraft, GA or 737 or the 777, it would just start yawing. That was me. By the way, I accidentally knocked the control column with my hand. No failure yet. Can't see Cyprus out the window. Shaheen asking, is it hard to learn Microsoft Flight Sim? Yeah, YouTube will help you. No, I'll help you learn how to fly a plane, but there's plenty of videos on how to set up the simulator. Martin, as far as I know, no failures. All good. Hello, Bob Booster. This is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. I don't think this aircraft is certainly officially working in 2024 yet. Whether there's some sort of workaround, I don't know, but I'll wait for it to officially be updated by PMDG before we try it in 2024. Lovely. It's just I can't wait for me to put the gear down, it doesn't come down. That has happened on a stream before. When we had the multiple failures in the PMDG 73. Flying from... I can't remember what it was now. I think we went to Farah, didn't we, over the Atlantic? And Thomas, have you considered leaving? No, very, very content where I am. Great roster pattern. Working in the sim as well, most of the time. No, it suits me to retain. I love it here. Love working here. Back along the south coast of Turkey. And the sun is beginning to set, especially it will set quite quickly as we fly away from it, eastbound. Darren says, are you looking forward to getting your YouTube play button? Big milestone. Yeah, 100,000 subscribers. I am genuinely. What are we up to? Just went over 98,100 recently. So yeah, if you want to subscribe, feel free to do so, ladies and gentlemen. And then I can put my YouTube play button in my office, proudly proud to look at all those streams, all that content. Pete, no, Pete, yeah, again, getting confused with another streamer most likely. Never forgot the gear in Concorde. Once you go out backer, you never go backer. Well, my flight plan, as mentioned, is completely different from the clearance we received in Dalaman, so we can't really do any fuel checks. In reality, you'd get a copy of the updated flight plan in real life. Now, I could go onto SimBrief and update it manually, but we're almost halfway, so we'll just stick with the new routing. We needed for Larnaca our alternates. The fuel was 3.1 and we're arriving with 3.6, so got an extra 500 kilos on arrival for now. Brendan, you should take it to work and show all your FOs your greatest achievement. I'll put it in my office on the right wall. doing, Edo? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Perfect. So yeah, I think next stream, well, I might do something tomorrow night, a chill stream on the second channel. I mean, did anyone here in chat, I think it was mostly members, watch my AV assembly stream on Airline Pilot Plays? I really enjoyed that, and I want to continue the story, build upon the beast aircraft we built. A lot of fun, so I might do that tomorrow. It's very quick and easy to set up a stream on the second channel. But on Sunday, when I'm on standby, I think we'll take the flight factor 757 somewhere. Don't know, you asked a question about it minutes ago. I didn't see that. Oh, when are you going to play AV assembly again? I completely missed that. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. I had a lot of fun with that. But let's have a little look together at VATSIM events on... Oh, another thing, members, I need to do the group flight. That's going to be next Thursday. I've not even started organising that. I will post something about that tomorrow. It's going to have to be something... I think we might do something a bit different this one, because I've just been so busy. But yeah, I couldn't pencil in a group flight for one of these weekends, because I'm all on standby, basically. Bob Booster, do you know a workaround for the unrealistic yaw moment with the 7-3 during rotation in crosswind? I hope they get the jumpy yaw moments off in 2024. Bob Booster, turn off realistic turbulence in Microsoft Flight Simulator, because it isn't realistic at all. In 2024, put it to low. In 2020, I think it's the same. I've been to Hamburg recently, and the thing is, setting up a stream, this is all on my channel, I love doing it, but setting up a stream on this channel takes 6 hours, because obviously I've got to install or plan a route, generate all the flight plans, purchase, install, or check out sceneries, do a test sector to make sure it all works. So I won't have to, because I've got family over this evening, I won't have time with what I'm planning to do in the morning to do all that as well, whereas every assembly stream I could set up in 10 minutes. But for Sunday, let's have a look here at the events. In heavy assembly, every sector is a test sector. But anyone's watching, I can't. If I can't remember what the command was to get the gaming channel link up. But if you're interested, go check out Airline Pilot Plays. I'll hopefully do episode 2 of AV assembly tomorrow. Right, let's have a look here at VATSIM events on Sunday. Why is that not? What am I doing on Monday? Oh, yeah, it can't be super late on Sunday though, because I'm on an early standby. Not much really, unless I land off one of these. Where's that? I don't know that. Oh, in Romania. Interesting. Ah, these are a bit too late. Oslo. I might have to go for Monday. Or do something different. Oh, we'll have a little look around. Cool. I mean, the basis of this stream was the HECA in Damascus later. Actually, is that online yet? Let's have a little look here. Oh, why are you guys not seeing my... I just realised you guys can't see my Chrome. There we are. It's because I have to bring up this page for you guys to see Chrome for some reason. Let's have a look at the situation down here. Oh yeah, it's online. 2 arrivals. On the ground. No, 2 aircraft on the ground. There's 8 inbounds. There we go. I'm one of them. What's the red circle? Is that for the event? Oh, no, I must be this. This must be. There I am. Got an alpaca following behind. Oh, it's so cool how it shows other aircraft's routes. Oh wait, it did on the other alpaca. Yeah, look, it shows you the planned routing. Very cool. See, how does it know that routing? Is that updating it? Because that's not the Simbury flight planner file. How does VATSIM radar know I'm going that way? That's incredible. Yamato, I've actually never flown into Cyprus, so I don't know. That's crazy. Anyway, yeah, it looks like we've got some ATC online. No, Stono Messina, I didn't file the flight plan. ATC gave us on the ground a whole new routing. So I think the controller gave me the new routing, but also updated it on VATSIM as well. I didn't know that, so I didn't know controllers had the power to actually update your filed routing, which makes sense. That's really cool. I did not know that. I thought VATSIM controller just gave you a new route, but the one you filed as a user on SimBrief is the one that sort of stays. I didn't actually know they could update it. That's really smart. I had no idea. No idea, guys. That's cool. Anyway, let's see what the story is in Damascus. Oh. There we are. So, on VATSIM, ILS runway 23 right, runway 23 left for departures, independent parallel departures in progress. I think it's saying for departure you can expect to climb to 5,000 feet. But the weather's 230 at 26, 33 degrees, 10, dew point QNH 1006. Okay. Not much information about arrivals, but we can expect the ILS approach for runway 23 right, which is what we've planned. That's really cool. I didn't know that. Law watching U75. And when you get a direct. Very smart. So I guess for the next controller, that's really useful, so they can know the exact routing they're doing. Now there's the eastern part of Cyprus. I don't know what they call this little spit of land, but that's where we're going to be going directly overhead. You can see it there. And the sun is beginning to set. Jamie, have you seen the new FAA mandate for a physical secondary barrier in front of a cockpit door? I haven't. Interesting. Right then, let's start setting up for this ILS approach runway 23 right then. So, we're going to have to modify this arrival to allow for a straight in quite a lot. So let's put in all the winds in first. Mark, in your opinion, is X-Plane that much better with aircraft realism than Microsoft Flight Simulator? I prefer how aircraft handle in Microsoft Flight in X-Plane. You said the wrong thing there. They handle very well in Microsoft Flight Simulator. For the average user, they're not going to notice a blind bit of difference. But X-Plane, it's just a little bit more realistic in my opinion, with how it feels. But Microsoft Flight Sim offers a better overall package in my opinion when you look at everything you're wanting. Oops, /10 /4 /105. No descent path after Malam. Well, let's fix that. So if you look at this arrival, this is a classic issue at a lot of airports. So the star just goes to Lebor, terminates at Damascus, the VOR, which is to the southwest of the airfield. I need to line up for an approach here into the ILS. Now, that does actually break off to the Damascus NDB here. So maybe... it's a 4.8 DME. Maybe I could position via 4.8 miles. That will work out quite nicely. So, let me modify this start. So I don't know if there was a transition. Lima 1 Charlie, RLS23 right. Ah, via Dam 1 maybe? Execute, let's see that. I think that though might be the procedural arrival. Yeah, so that takes me over the VOR. Let's try the other transition, Dam 2. Yeah, both these take me over the VOR, not the NDB. So what I'm going to do is go from ADRA direct to DAL instead of the VOR like this. Still not liking that. It's because it's trying to get back to the centre fix as well. Messy. So what we're going to do is get rid of the centre fix. And the outer marker and DAL are the same waypoint. So maybe something like that. There we go. I've chopped off the approach at the centre fix, which you wouldn't usually do, but at least it sort of follows that transition onto the ILS onto a 4-mile final. Let's do it. I don't know if that, yeah, that Mala, is that going to lead me too high? No descent path at Mala. So Mala's at above 160. VNAV says it would like me to be ideally at 154. Ow. Why are they saying no descent path for? You can work that out. VNAV, it's only 600 feet high. Yeah, Dam 1 V2 are just different turn radials, outbound courses. Yeah, that's usually the case in the FMC, to be fair. If I select this here, yeah, one will be the... oh, this is quite an interesting... It's like a 45 180 turn. Don't often see that. But, yeah, we're not going to be flying this arrival fully. Let me have a look at the other ILS approaches and see what they look like. They might be a more suitable transition. So that's actually got... Ah! So that's... Where's that be coming in from? I don't know. There you go. I think that... Oh no, they're all they all have that. I think that might be what we'll actually do. Is from the DAL NDB fly this procedure turn. But how do I select that in the FMC? How do I... is this actually coded? This procedural arrival from the Damascus NDB? I want to fly outbound 0978 miles and turn on to localised, but I don't think any of those approaches are coded like that. Unless I try and select another one. No, Sofia transition. Ah, oh no, that's via ADR. Where's that? Ah, I think this could be it. Ooh, turny. No, I don't think that's right. What could it be? What a mess. Yeah, this is it, but it's not being depicted correctly on the... Right, let's fix this. Yeah, it's not drawn that correctly at all. ADRA, DAL, and which approach is this? DAL, which we'll select the correct one. So this was ILS 3. No, so PMDG doesn't know how to draw this. We've managed to get that transition in. So basically, from ADRA to DAL, and then there you go, you can see it there, 097, outbound, 8 DME. Oh, this one's 4. No, I want to go outbound at 8, not 4. I'll select the other transition. No, that's even worse. That's 3 miles. And the ND has just gone, nope. So that's down outbound for just literally 3 miles, 2.7. That's no good. Oh gosh, the FMC is not happy. Yeah, it's meant to be 8 miles. What was the other arrival? Let's try number 4. At least I've stopped the FMC. No, it's not. No, that's a completely different arrival from the south. So I think that it cannot. I can't find where this is coded. Yeah, Ram overflow WASM crash. I know it wasn't. The FMC was having a bit of a moment there. I am really abusing this FMC right now. Right, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna scrap all this. I'm gonna go for ILS 3. I'm not gonna. Know what? I'm actually gonna select the normal ILS and just break off before request vectors. Ah. And what we're going to do is simply put a waypoint here at Adra, or maybe at. Oh no! You see, these keep you very high, don't they? Oh no! This is going to be. I've got to select the damn. No, a Dow transition. This is honestly the hardest thing I've ever done. This is why I like operators briefing packs, which tell you exactly what to expect. I've got to select that because I want the correct transition. I want this down transition. Where's the ADR? Yeah, I understand ADR looks like it might work in the 320. I hope. Can be the Dow 4. I'll try Dow 4. And then we've got this RDIM 1, RDIM 2. No, it's not none of that stuff. That was from the south, wasn't it? That's not going to work at all. This routing comes in from the south, look. Via RD map, so that's no good. So, someone's made a good point. We can build this manually somehow. So that goes to Malar. That's the ADRA. So unfortunately, the PMDG is just not able to draw it. Oh, I can't find the leaf is zoom. Ah, okay, it's attempting it, but it's not going out long enough. So basically, look, from Dow, which is here, the Damascus NDB, for this approach is meant to go outbound for 8 miles, but for some reason it's gone for 4, which is, I don't understand why. Why is it not doing 8? Or is it, am I missing something silly? Is it... Ah, no, you know what? Actually, it isn't 8 miles from this beacon. It's 8 DME from India Delta Alpha, which is red here. So this is actually... My apologies to PMDG, this is correct. It is 4 miles. This track here, 4.8 IDA to 8 IDA is 3.2 miles. So that is correct. So this is correct. Dow 4, that's the distance here, 4.8 to 8. Well, you know, it should be 3, but it's 4. So it's just can't draw it though. That's it. It's trying. I'll try and bring the speed back. It might be able to do that. You know, so credit to PMDG for doing something there. Who wants me to say hello to them? We've got here ORBB Centre 129.6. Oh my god, that's been so hard to work out. How am I talking to here?
Go ahead.
There's a station calling. I tried to relay. It seems like Sky Dubai 115 is calling you. Do you read him?
So what we're going to do is, yeah, 250 knots. We're going to bring the speed right back to 200
Sky Dubai
knots.
115. If you read the bug control is back, it looks
Still
like
not.
he cannot see you.
Still not really helping.
If you can you tell him to contact me on the
can do it manually, though, if you have to.
123.0.
Sky Dubai 115, this is Stem Sky 2406. I relay message from Baghdad Control. Contact Baghdad Control on frequency 123.0.
The German.
123.0.
123.0, Sky Dubai 115.
Anyway, there is the coastline of... is it Lebanon? Oh, my geography around here is not good. I think so. Radar, good day, it's Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, flight level 350 to Charlie Alpha Kilo.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, Baghdad, hello.
Oh, Baghdad. Baghdad control.
Baghdad, good day. Sky Dubai 115.
Okay, so look, we're going to spend...
we'll
still be... We'll final approach still trying to work this out. So look, we're going to fly this arrival. Lebor,
5030, clear direct, model Sky Dubai
Mala,
115. Apologies for
Adra,
the confusion on the frequency. The controller
and
gave
they're
me
all
an incorrect
coded.
frequency on the
Just
handoff.
need 10,000 feet above
No, it's
here.
fine, it's because I'm having... Because of the sheer size of my airspace, it's not lighting up.
Reset MC mode, which we descend soon. And then we're going to go make this turn left to Damascus at 5,000 feet. And I brought the speed back at 200 knots, so it gives us options. And then from there, it's a real guess. You know, we can fly this, try and fly this procedural arrival, which it hasn't really done a good job coding it. So from it's meant to go outbound here at 097, but it's basically gone there. So that waypoint there on the ND, it's put here instead. On the ND, it should be over here to the east. Oh, did they call me? Thanks.
Iraqi 112 back down, hello, climb flight level 340.
Climb flight level 3, continue climb flight level 340, Iraqi 112.
Baghdad, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, go ahead.
Yeah, descend flight level 200 when ready.
When ready, descend flight level 200, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Interesting, what's happened to my descent path?
Iraqi 73 Baghdad identified, climb flight level 360. And Iraqi 73, resume navigation direct to
So VNAV speed, it's got common VNAV. Hey! What happened there? I've broken the PMDG. I've broken it. There we are. Oh, it's broken. Look, if I push out into vent, if I go VNAV, push out into vent, watch the path. Path. Oh no, it's stuck. Level change, we're going to have to go old school. I've completely lost my path. Top of descent, ladies and gentlemen. So Baghdad airspace has been taken over Lebanon. Yeah, the path is broken. That ain't right. Oh, hold on, it's having a think about it. Is it redrawing a path? Yeah, it's redrawing a path, I think. Okay. So look, we've checked the arrival, we've selected this one here with the approach. We know the PMDG cannot draw this turn. It's put this 8 DME point here for some reason, which is why it looks an absolute mess on the ND. But if push comes to shove, we'll go heading select and fly it manually, procedurally. But yeah, there's that 4 mile point, and it's just basically put it up here. That 4 mile point off here, the 4.8 to 8 miles is put up there. Why, I don't know. Anyway, that's that. Have I got VNAV back? Yeah, I think I might do. So let's go back to VNAV. Okay, VNAV path retard. Alright, we've got our path back. ILS then. We'll get onto it somehow. 1099. We still have failures on, although as far as I know I can't see any. I've not done any fuel checks. I hope I have enough fuel. Frequencies Set. Damascus VOR active. Sorry, on standby. 16-0. 16-0. 225 on the courses. Great. Minimums for the ILS approach. Cat 2 they have, but we won't need that. Very high elevation, look. 2195 elevation is 2,000 feet. So 2195 on the minimums. Love the fact I can unlock my mouse wheel. Frequencies, courses, minimums are all set. So somehow we're going to get onto the ILS, either vectors or some Yankee or janky procedural arrival. OSA high, 9,000 feet to the north, and RVR 9 issue today is Cav OK. Right then, landing 23 left. It's a large runway, 3,600 metres, or plan to vacate at hotel. Fuel, we needed 3 tons or so for line. Okay, we've got plenty. 200 kilos to burn apparently.
30 Delta Delta descend flight level 100, contact Damascus 121.0.
121.0, descend flight level 100, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, bye, bye. Flap 30, auto brake. I think auto brake 2 again, that's going to be more than sufficient here. Okay. This is who now? Just Damascus Centre, I think. Yeah, Damascus Control. Damascus Control, hello, it's Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, descending flight level 100, inbound to Lebor.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, grey, Damascus Control, radar contact, descent via the Lima 1 Charlie arrival to 10,000 feet, Damascus QNH 1007.
Send on the Lima 1 Charlie arrival, descend down to 10,000 feet, QNH 1007, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta.
And Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, you can expect vectors to ILS DME 23 right after the Damascus VOR.
After the Damascus VOR, we can expect vectors ILS 23 right, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Well, that changes everything. So he says we're going to go all the way down to Damascus VOR here, and then get vectors for the ILS. We're going to go all the way around, basically. So back to square one. Why did I just not wait until this period of time? ILS 23 right. I'm just going to put Damascus 1 for now. Execute. And then we're just going to check the routing again. Lebor, Malula, Adra, and then Damascus. I'm just going to put Damascus after Malat. And then we'll build something in here to replicate what we can expect. So you can see it doesn't go quite to the VOR, sort of just loops round. So what I'm going to do is make it a waypoint to the east of Damascus. I don't know, Damascus 090 at 8 miles. This is just me hand building something. Something like that. And then direct to the centre fix. Get rid of all that nonsense. So I'll put something in, just going to roughly replicate what we're going to get. In fact, I'll even put a little downwind point here. So 045, let's put dam 01, actually make it 035 slash, I don't know, about, let's call it 7 miles. Does anyone in chat actually know what I'm doing? Or are you just sort of watching in awe? There you go. So I've hand built. This is the beauty about a 737. Can you do this in an Airbus? You probably can actually. But you can build any waypoint and create your own approach in the FMC by building it off existing waypoints. You just create radials and distances. And that's what I've done. I've basically put something in which is going to probably replicate the vectors we're going to receive, and that ensures that VNAV gives you the best possible guidance. Whilst that's been going on, look at the view. Wow. We've just crossed into... Oh no, we're still in Lebanon, but we're crossing into Syria. Isn't that beautiful? Wow.
Jordanian 109, that's a left heading 08.
Just about into Syrian airspace here.
Left 0 degrees and landing side level correctly or
Don't know if anyone said, can you do this in the Boeing open tray table? Airbus control the line better? No, he cannot. All lies. Anyway, that looks absolutely stunning. Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 still has it, you know. I do get really good performance out of 2024 though, but also equally here in 2020. Ruben Schwartz, you've got it. Yeah, I did do a tutorial on it, but I don't think did I actually do an exact tutorial? I don't know, but maybe I should upload a new one when I get more time. So VNAV now is concentrating on getting me at or above flight level 160 at Mala. That's the existing restriction, and we're on the arrival now. And then after that, ADRA above 10,000 feet. But I've just routed direct to the Damascus VOR. So track miles roughly 70, and we're around 19,000 feet. So it looks good. Yeah, X-Plane 12 has definitely improved, hasn't it? How it looks. It's a great improvement. What's coming on? Oh, it's getting dark. Let's turn up the panel lighting. Turn off the flood lighting there, panel brightness here, good. That looks very nice. Look at that. Lorenzo says, I mean, if you set up for 16 left, the most used one, but then you get assigned 16 right, what do? You reselect 16 right, rebrief, and fly the approach. If it means delaying the approach, you delay the approach. Guys, no replays tonight as well, because once we're on stand I do need to shoot off, because I do actually have family arriving at 6. They are aware that I'm doing one of my videos. No cabin announcements. We're landing shortly, ladies and gentlemen. I can't speak Arabic. So, approaching Damascus, we'll go heading select just to make sure we don't turn here, because obviously I'm not cleared to this waypoint I've created. I've just put something in for radar vectors that roughly replicates what we're going to do. John, great questions. What do you love about the 7.3 and what do you hate about the 7.3? The seats, the jump seats, not very comfortable. I don't like the fact that I don't have somewhere to put my lunch or eat off. And what I love about it, it's a proper stick runner plane. It's incredibly reliable, fun to fly. They're the main things, really. I know, Pete. I know. I'd say family member. I have a family member, but very close family member visiting for the night. I'm having to delay my Xbox gaming night slightly.
3,000, climbing 5,000.
2391, good day.
Bono's got a good point, yeah. If you're over 6 feet tall tonight, we're getting in and out of that 7 feet.
Heading, please be careful next time. Turn left heading 120 degrees, climb 9,000.
It's a bit of a haze here in Damascus. Oh, this first time ever flying in Syria, ladies and gentlemen, on any live stream. Looks beautiful.
Left and clear -1,000. Sorry for the inconvenience, I guess.
No worries, and Royal Jordanian, correction Jordanian 109, contact Damascus control 132.75.
Jordanian 129, costing 132.875. Thank you for your service.
Oh yes, I was cleared to an altitude of 10,000 feet. I forgot the transition altitude here is 13,000. So QNH set. Mass caution fuel. Oh, there's one of my failures. I know what this QH checklist says. Pump off. So, that's probably illuminated for a while because when you have a low pressure like this, light illuminated, it doesn't illuminate the master caution system unless you recall it. So it's probably been there for a while. But there you go. I have had a technical failure as they are on this stream. But for your benefit, we will run the checklist. It simply says turn the pump off, but I'll run it properly. Fuel pump low pressure. Choose one. One main tank fuel pump low pressure is illuminated. Both main tank pump low pressure lights illuminate. One centre tank pump.
30 Delta, continue descent down to 7,000 feet.
So now to 7,000 feet up under 30 Delta. 7,000 feet set. So one main tank fuel pump low pressure light is illuminated. Main tank fuel pump switch off. Sufficient fuel pressure is available for normal operation. End of checklist. And you can dispatch with one pump inoperative, however you have to have sufficient fuel in the event of go-arounds, so you have to have much higher reserve fuel. Boo to PMDG on these failure choices today. Oh no, not at all.
49er1, turn left heading 0, 80 degrees, climb point level 370.
Oh, it looks amazing.
Left 080, climb.
So this is the capital of Syria.
Alpha 59er3, after the Damascus VR, expect vectors ILS DME 23 right.
After Damascus VOR, expect vectors ILS DME 23 right, effect 79.
Alpha 30 Delta, leave Damascus heading 090.
After Damascus heading 090 degrees, Alpaca 30 Delta. That's a very common clearance, so when you get to the VOR and the aircraft will start turning in that direction, I'll just go heading select and then it'll be radar vectors. I'm going to go right over the airport.
I'll get back to you somewhere.
Bit hazy here. Captain Dwight, no, this isn't default scenery, this is the, thank you, list them in. It's the freeware Damascus scenery by Haytham El-Hasley. That's my terrible pronunciation.
Try 13287, correction, 129.6 again.
So we've got Tower 9 as well. Fantastic, look at that sunset. There is Damascus International. Okay, I have to help it slow down to 250 knots here, we'll do the post-cruise checks.
Kuwait 491, contact Damascus 129er.
Lights, logo,
129 at this one.
angle back, 25 pressurization, 3.8 set. Check belts on recall. It's already 25 degrees here. Master caution fuel we know about. Checks complete. So VNAV won't let you go below 250, above 250 knots at 10,000 feet, so it has leveled off. So I'm going to go level change now because I want to keep descending at 250. And now we can go heading select. Now we're under vectors. I think the waypoints I created were pretty darn good. Can't teach that sort of stuff. Plainly, you read my mind. Can't teach it. It's cool, isn't it? Desktop simulators are wicked. John, what is an MEL that you can depart with on the 737 that you would not depart with? An example would be weather radar. Actually, no, the weather radar does say if thunderstorms are forecast en route, don't fly. But there's not many, and the captain always has the final say. So about 400 feet high on the path. We'll keep an eye on it, leave it at 250 knots.
Alpha 30 Delta, descend 4,020 track miles of touchdown.
It's an altitude 4,000 feet, Alpaca 30 Delta. How many track miles did he say? Might be turning me in a bit tighter here, in that case I'll use speed brake. A little bit hazy. Oh, look at the look at the sun just dipping below the horizon there.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, left heading 040 degrees.
Left heading 040 degrees, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Oh, just look at this approach I built. I just... 20 miles, I hope it's not 20 miles. A bit high for 20. It's 20 miles now. 6, yeah. Oh no, of course the elevation here is high. Stupid boy. Yeah, I forgot the elevation here is 2,000 feet. So I'm actually only 5,500 feet above the ground. This is looking good. Gonna start slowing down now though. Sent it. This approach controller might be watching my stream, I don't know, and he's seen my beautifully constructed approach. Brendan, yes. Brendan, you know the drill. Always one thing I forget. On purpose. And on this sector, it was updating the Landau. Congratulations, Brendan. You spotted it. GB Spicer, you're on Corfu. Lovely. Goes above the desert here. Fantastic. I think I'm a bit high. Flat 1. Speed check, flat 5. And we'll leave it at 220 knots. So flat 5, 220, and I'll get out the speed brakes. A beautiful configuration to get back on path. Perfect.
Alpaca 30 Delta, left heading 310 degrees.
Left heading 340 degrees, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta.
310, confirm.
Sorry, 310 degrees, sorry, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Back on path. Stowing the speed brake, leaving at flat 5, reducing to base 180 knots. Glitch, what actually happens if you haven't set Landau correctly? You'll probably end up still pressurised.
Damascus heading 110 degrees, Alpaca 5.
So a bit conservative, but
Alpaca 593, continue down to 7,000.
Carry on with a CDA.
Yeah, descend altitude 7,000 feet, Alpaca 593.
What a fantastic approach. Turn up the sim slightly. There we go.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, left turn heading 25, correction 260 degrees, cleared ILS, steer me to 3 right.
Left 260 degrees on the heading, cleared ILS, steer me to 3 right. Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, I want to say 26. So I was very conservative there, got a bit too low. But VS 400 feet will bring us beautifully on path, correct sensing, arming approach, and I'm very pleased with the approach I built. Don't forget, I am a seasoned controller as a sim instructor and examiner as well. I do have to vector people onto the approaches. Maybe I should do a VATSIM stream. But I have plenty of times in the sim screwed up. But you got the beauty in the desktop simulator, you can move the position of them without them noticing. You can slew on the map, just literally. Imagine this is the iOS display, you can put a pin here, just slew to here, the whole aircraft just goes zip, and they wouldn't even know. VS to finesse, you got it, Lorenzo, you got it. It's a bit hazy here, isn't it? Localizer live, localizer capture. And we're heading 225. Localizer capture, we didn't actually look at the missed approach altitude. Climb on heading 255. Outbound radio 207 to 5,000 feet.
20,000 feet bound Sofia. 6 miles from Sofia.
Arabia 375.
23 knot headwind here.
Control radar contact after Zofia heading 240, descend 9,000.
9,000 feet, and the big again, the heading.
It's very hazy here. Look at the
heading
terrain, though.
260
Beautiful
after
approach.
Zofia.
I'm gonna go flap 10.
Heading 260 after Sofia, descend 9,000, Arabia 375. I would like to request RNAV to the right, as there is the time ILS to the right.
PMDG Fridays is fine.
Okay, stand by, I'll get back to you. Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, contact time with 118.5 so long.
118.5 HATC, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta Bye. Happy Sasha! That was too bright to be fair. Oh, my upper DU as well, sorry, yeah, there we go. Better. Damascus Tower, hello, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, established ILS 23 right at 5 miles.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, hello, the wind
23 right, clear to land, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Some information very quiet on the radio set. Get
How
out.
do you read me now?
Very loudly.
How do you read me now?
Perfect.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Start switches, continuous recall. We know about the fuel. Speed brake is armed green light. That was brilliant. Landing gear down, triggering order brakes set, holding flaps.
1,000.
Checked. Oh, actually, what was this wind? I don't know. I'll bet I had a few knots to VREF here. Flaps 30 green light, lights on, checks complete. That was hilarious. Right. Just making sure we're E7 in the background. Great. Disconnecting. Oh, look at this approach. Watch my sync rate. Syria looks beautiful in the sunset. Whoa. Getting a bit low there. On the old speed. There we are. I'm not happy with the flight directors. I'm just going to disconnect that. I'm following the PAPIs. The PAPIs are not aligned with the ILS, I don't think. No, the glide slope's putting me too high. Or the PAPIs are putting me too low. Not sure. I'm just following the PAPIs.
Minimums.
Continue. Whoa! I'm not sure if the PAPIs are putting me too low. Crikey. Yeah, why are the PAPIs at the threshold for? What?
50.
They're what the PAPIs are
30,
doing.
20. 10.
Oh, that went too much speed. Yeah, the PAPIs were meant to be the aiming point on the thresholds. Speed brakes up, no, they don't work. Reverses. They're not working either. Reverses. Yeah, the PAPIs were commanding me to put the main gear on the threshold, I think. On the numbers, yeah, absolutely. 100 knots. Just got idle reverse or somewhere near there. 80 knots. Manual braking. Auto brake disarm. There we are. 60 knots, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Damascus, the capital of Syria. Alpaca 30 Delta Delta vacated Romeo.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, welcome to taxi, welcome to Damascus. Contact ground now. 121.9 over.
121.9 Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Bye. There we are. 121.9. Love that controlling. Very quiet. Can you hear me now? That was brilliant. Oh, cancel reverse. Just ignore all the FOD damage. Chested. There we are. Damascus ground. Hello, it's Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Just vacated runway 23 right at Romeo.
Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, Damascus ground, good evening. Do you have standard preference?
You could park wherever you like, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta.
Roger that, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta, continue taxi left on Alpha, right on Bravo, takes time 108. Welcome to Damascus.
Left on Alpha, right on Bravo, stand 108. Thank you, Alpaca 30 Delta Delta. Brilliant. So left on Alpha, and then right on Bravo. So we've got the second left because there's Bravo there, and then we're going to take stand 108, which we'll try and locate. There we are. So cleaning up. Oh, someone's just started their shift. Yeah, no, very jolly. That's the happiest controller I've ever heard. Alright, here we are. So this is freeware scenery as well, guys. Doesn't cost anything, of course, to download. It's pretty basic, but it just provided some taxiway guidance and stand numbers and things along those lines as well. So better than the default. So yeah. Okay, so second right is Bravo. What on earth is this sign? In Arabic, I'm not so sure. It's advertising something for the pilots. Well, it's a KLM 78 there, or 350. Very cool. It's got a long way home. Let me just locate stand 10. Ah, I've found it. I've found it. Perfect. So not this first right. Second right here. I'm not sure. Are these arrows there? I'm not sure. Right, flaps up, speed brakes still need to clean up. Start the APU. Oops, oh, I forgot about the differential brakes. Find out what other technical issues we had. What's happened here? Don't know, brakes got stuck on there. That's way too much thrust for taxiing. There we go. Slow. Come storming in here at 1,000,000 knots. Alright, what else do I need to clean up? My lights. There's my broken fuel pump. That should be on. Should be steady. Probe should be off. There we are. Stand 102. 104, 108 coming up, so let's get GSX up and running. Oh, I don't think it's recognising any of these. Alright, there's stand 108. Damascus International, yes, I think it... Oh! Ooh, blue neon. Oh, it's gone off again. Oh, is that meant to be flashing blue? I'm not sure what it is now. Yes, it's a very basic scenery, but it's doing the job. Is that an Orbit A320? Oh yeah! It's Pacifica! Wait, oh hold on, is that VATSIM or static? I think that might be a static, isn't it? Pacifica Airlines. Oops, AP's already running. Yeah, I think these are static people standing around as well. Well, we'll do our best to park somewhere realistically. Yes, you can tell it's a default-ish Microsoft Flight Sim airport because we've got lots of red paint and red lines on the floor. There we are, parking brakes set, APU's on the bus. There we are, 2 blues, 1 red, engines are dead. You can see the blue light flashing into the cockpit as well. We'll be overnighting here in Damascus, so we'll do the full shutdown flow. Put that in the tech log about the pump. Actually, we'll leave one on for the APU. Electric hydraulic pumps off, packs off. Open that. Anti-collision light off. Belts off as well. There we are. I don't know if GSX will recognise this as a stand. Oh, it has. Charlie 108. Request deboarding.
The boarding requested.
There we are. We've got an air bridge as well. Superb. Yeah, that's maybe the KLM static with the the Wiz won't be a static part right there, but that. Pacifica Airlines, I've not flown them in 20 years. There we go. So I've got some default tugs coming up. And then the air bridge is attached. Superb. Right, let's have a little nosy here to see if we had any other failures apart from the fuel pump. No, just the one. The left forward pump. There we are. Oh, it adds a little element of suspense, doesn't it? Oh, there we are. I've got the option for ground power on this one. So the pump we know about. We'll clear all those. Engineers already fixed it. Thank you to the Syrian engineer. And we've started disembarking the aircraft. There we are. Let's head on outside. Well, first time in Syria. What an adventure we've had today. We started off in Egypt, Cairo, flew to Turkey, Damascus, and ended up in to Dalaman, and then Damascus here in Syria. Nice little 4-hour 2-sector stream, and I have to say the PMDG 738 behaved very, very well. No major issues at all. You know, forget they're modelling a complex commercial jet airliner, but very, very nice indeed. Plainly said, yeah, you and the Wiz are the only aircraft on stand, so they're static. Ah, that's a shame. But no, it was great to have some traffic join us here as well. And this part of the world doesn't get a huge amount of traffic, so hopefully we gave something for the controller to do. Certainly to check his microphone for you, that was a sure. Ruben said, I thought they ceased operations sometime in 2010. I don't know if you can still choose it, no idea. Pacific Airlines. God, they're still in business. Brilliant. What else do we have on the approach? Beautiful Pacific delivery. World Travel Airlines. I think I used to fly Orbit. I think it was Orbit. Can't remember, but definitely used to fly the static one. The default 737-400 in Microsoft Flight Sim 2002 and 2004. Brilliant. Google Maps says no arrows like that on the tarmac. Interesting. What they're there then. Amazing. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining in. I didn't do any replays here because I'm going to shoot off now. But no, it's good to fly the aircraft again. The PMDG is still a very strong and excellent add-on. I look forward to flying it in 2024 when it comes out, but 2020 is still working absolutely fine. It's been a long time since we've jumped into this simulator as well. But yeah, thank you very much for all of you for tuning in as usual. Maybe I'll go live on the second channel tomorrow, Airline Pilot Plays, to fly a bit more, or episode 2, let's say, of Aero Assembly, and then maybe something Sunday evening as well, but I am flying Friday and in the sim on Saturday. But members, I'll get something penciled in or organised for this group flight a week tomorrow, because it's the only day I could do in July. It's concrete, but we'll get something sorted. Anyway, to all the members, thank you very much for your continued support. To all the regular viewers and subscribers, thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe to stay up to date to latest content. Nearly at 100,000 subscribers, so thank you very much indeed. Right then, I'm going to tune out of here, go see my aunt who's arrived, and look after yourselves all, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Good night from me.